Alright, hello everybody, welcome back to Blackmore's Basement. We're going to be playing some I Really Wani Hug That Gator today. So, without further ado, let's not keep everybody waiting. Switch on over. So, for those unaware, I Wani Hug That Gator is made by Cavemanum, a group of people on 4chan who originally got their start making Snoot Game, which was a fan project of the abysmal Goodbye Volcano High. Let's just call it what it is. And Snoot Game was well received by everybody who played it. I heard good things, and the character designs of I Wani Hug That Gator look really good. Mostly discovered this when I saw a Pizza Tower mod of the focal character Olivia released. So, I got interested. So without further ado, let's see if we can't hug that gator, huh? September 4th. Year 201 M 2023 BC. Wait, what? Amid the arid heat of the morning sun of the Volcadera Bluffs, can't help but miss living in a more temperate weather of the Midwest. Summer sleeves are in style this year. That jacket's aroma blog better be right. This suede thing's killing me. Well, at least it's guaranteed to start getting chillier in a few weeks. Besides, I'm sure to make an impression with this, Abercrombie and Flint is all the rage these days. I sigh and lean back in the hard plastic seating of the metro. I'm on my way to my first day in a new school. Ordinarily, I'd just be glued to my phone on the trip. There's just too much on my mind right now. My folks' sitch requires us to move frequently, which gives me little time to fit in. Much like how a rolling stone gathers no moss, could never make a friend I'd keep for longer than a year. Just a lot of promises to keep in touch that petered off within months. Admittedly, it's my fault in the end. But that's all going to change starting today. I'm going into senior year now. It's my very last chance to prepare for the world ahead. Luckily for me, the cards are stacked in my favor. I feel around my backpack for my DSLR until my fingers can absent-mindedly fill her with the mode dial. St. Hammond High School is extremely well known for their artists' curriculum. In other words, I'll be surrounded by people that share my interests. Even if it's a bit of a ride away. Speaking of rides, I was hoping that my parents could drive me here today. By the time I was up, though, they already left for work. No big deal. I like the hustle and bustle of public transportation. I imagine I'm going to have to get used to this anyway. As time passes, my mind wanders to memories of previous schools. They all sucked. Hey, I need to make the most of the situation I'm in. Not get all sad like this. I need to do something like take a selfie with the hobo next to me. I won't get stabbed. Get up and breathe in that fresh city air. the asterisks. Whew, that's rough. Let's get up and breathe in that fresh city air. I'm interrupted by the ding of the ding of the terminal board, and the car gradually starts coming to a stop. I step off the metro, heading out of the station as I follow the other students heading towards the school. Oddly enough, I don't see the dinosaur students. Not another human to be seen anywhere. Must be one of those dino-heavy regions. There's a lot of greenery here as well. You'd almost forget how close we are to a major city. The pathway leads to a stone bridge that goes over a small creek. As I walk across, I notice other students meet in pairs and walk with each other. The air begins to fill with the sounds of laughter and stories of how their summer break went. Ah, there it is. The school peeks out over the trees ahead of me, as though inspecting and welcoming me inside. St. Hammond High. My new home away from home for the next year. I stop to take a deep breath. The air here is crisp, reminding me of an old campground I went to back in elementary school. Once again, I'm handed an opportunity to make something of myself. I'm apprehensive, but hopeful. It's my last shot at this. There's no going back. I take my first steps onward. Here we go again. Oh, whoa! Animated cutscene! Alright, damn. Students mill about in the front yard. The school is known for its heavily prioritized art programs. Over 2/3 of the graduates end up pursuing a career in the arts. And while half of them regret it from what I've heard, there's still plenty that made it, right? It's also the management's claim to fame, with the facade on the front entrance being dominated by a vibrant mural. I got a good feeling about this place. A few students eyeball me as I continue walking in. Some friends whisper to each other, "I just knew this jacket would pay off." The front doors are propped open, and I already feel the cool breeze inviting me in. Inside, it's a familiar yet brand new sight. I hadn't mentioned it yet, but this school is also unique for its student body. It's composed almost entirely of dinosaurs, all manner of saurian herbivores and otherwise. Scales, feathers, tails. Is that a tether? Wings, talons, webbed hands. Not even to mention the colors. All vibrant enough to challenge the bright mural on the school outside. Dozens of students march about, reconnecting with past friends and meeting new ones. Motherfucker, is that Dexter and Mandark? These two right here? It is. It fucking is. Oh my god, that's amazing. Some anxiously glance at their schedules, checking every door as though they were numbered at random. I probably shouldn't be standing here staring. Whoa! Is that a human? Uh-oh. Whoa. I'm soon surrounded and overrun by a crowd of neon-colored teenagers. Clearly, my jacket is working like a charm. Whoa, he's like a life-size mannequin. Hey, new kid! Is that what it's like to be popular? I really wasn't expecting it to happen this quickly. A few students are taking pictures with their phones. I even see someone with a sketchbook and pens in hand, rapidly scribbling on pages. Whoa, a human! Are you like a foreign exchange student? In the chaos, I feel a few people touch my hands. Whoa, human skin feels so weird! Jeez, that's a bit uncalled for. As flattering as this attention is, ask him to back off a bit. Yeah, hold on. Let's go along with it, why not? There's so much happening. And I don't want to be a party pooper. A few more people shouted me to get my attention. Hey, could you look over here for a side profile? Oh man, yeah, this'll be good reference material. Wait, I need to get a better look at his skin texture. I once again find myself frozen, only muttering quietly as I hastily try to follow their instructions. Eventually, all the Saurians take their photos and talk themselves out of talk themselves out before dispersing back to their own friend groups. By the time I recover from the shock of the situation, the last one breaks off and I find myself seemingly all alone again. Oh, that was my chance to socialize. I blew it. You're a human, right? The Triceratops girl leans forward, scanning me up and down. This is it. Time to seal the deal and get a new friend. Yeah? Close enough. Hey, can I, get a selfie with you? It'd be great for one of my classes. Yeah, definitely. She puts an arm around my back for a shoulder hug while she poses dramatically. Maybe a bit too friendly? Big smile now. She takes the picture and checks it enthusiastically. So, I mean, go. Oh, huh? Cool, yeah. Anyway, I gotta go. Oh. What's the photo for, by the way? She pauses, aloofly chewing some gum. My fashion design class. That jacket is ballin'. Ah. Thanks for the pic, hun. Dude, you were right about the jacket! Well, I feel my shoulders sag as I take in the now sparse hallway around me. That must have been my 15 minutes of fame. I don't think it even lasted 15 minutes. There's no way I've already blown it. I try to shake away the negative thoughts. Focus on the positive. For a brief moment, I was the talk of the school. Yeah. The familiar sound draws my attention. I know what that is. At the end, thank God. At the end of the hallway, there's someone kneeling. And with one of the latest camera models, if I'm not mistaken. Hey. The guy flinches. I flinch too. I hadn't meant to shout at him. A few students around me don't bat an eye at it, though. Sorry about the yell. Nah, it's fine. I managed to get the shot I wanted. The bespectacled boy, I think he's a parasaur, double checks the camera's display and smiles. Yep, perfect. This will be a fine print for the yearbook. Can I see? His grin seems to widen at my interest. Oh, of course. Here. He turns the display towards me, showing a shot of the hallway. And me as the focal point. That's pretty good, right? I look a little closer and notice that I think it's a little out of focus. And dark. What do you have your f-spot set at? Ah, shh. He stops and glances up at me, pleasantly surprised that he can get a real answer. Yeah, I'm a bit of a photographer myself. I'm taking it as an elective, too. With Mr. Iadakin? Thinking back to my memorized class schedule, the name does sound familiar. Yep. Ah, snap, cool, we'll be classmates. Mr. Iadakin's busy, so he just teaches it for one period. He offers his hand out for a handshake. I'm Ben. Income. Friend achieved. I'm actually new here. Kinda figured, being the only human student this year and all. St. Hammond isn't one of the more popular schools, but the staff put a lot of effort into the arts program. I gotta stop doing that. Even the campus itself is designed to be like a living piece of art, so if you ever need help, from the pause, I'm guessing he's offering some help. I wouldn't say no to a tour. A tour, you say? Well, I'm only going back to the principal's office, but I can point out some neat stuff along the way. He raises an eyebrow to himself in contemplation. Might be a good idea to meet the principal, too. He waits for me to follow him. Turns out he wasn't just an avid photographer like me, but also the school council president. And one of his priorities was taking photos for the school yearbook, for the first day page. Every few minutes, we'd pause so Ben could take a couple shots, mainly of students talking with each other. And while I would watch, I had considered helping him in some way. I mean, that camera looks amazing, and then there's all his extra lenses in the bag. I feel absolute elation to finally know someone that's into photography. And I really want to broach it, but Ben fills the air between us talking more about the school. Which is why we still go by the Feathertails, even though I think it's a tad distasteful. Dang, you're pretty good at this. You give these tours to all the new students? Not really. Although it is something I've thought about a lot. Oh, hold that thought. Hey, Lunara! Ben goes to greet a student, putting up some intricate wall banners. Oh, hey, Ben! You have a good summer vacation? I did. Great work on the decorations. They look even better than last year's. Aw, thank you. What's all this for? She stepped aside so I can fully view the banner she just finished with. The Cultural Arts Club. We meet every Thursday after school to look at antique artwork. She initially looked past me to talk with Ben, but she gasps once she realizes, hey, you're a human, right? Oh, that's a silly question. You should totally join. I just love human culture. There's this amazing set of ancient masks at my place from ancient Europe. I just adore them. Wow, that's impressive. I think you make a good curator. You know what? I probably would. After that club display during Spirit Week last year, I gotta agree. We spent weeks studying that tribe and weeks more practicing those dances. We also study and paint those styles, like we're learning the techniques of the old masters. Hopefully soon we can even get into sculpting, like those old Venus statues. We plan on getting one to look at sometime this year. What do you think? It'd be great if you could come. Hey, that'd be neat. What do you say, Inko? Maybe. I do love culture. Oh, that's great. Listen. We have this old chieftain's dress we've had for ages. We just have to see what it looks like on the real thing. I'll think about it. No way. I'd sooner endure a second Impact event than wear something like that. Well, hey, nice to catch up, Lunara. Got places to be. Take care. Bye. She waves us off, and Ben continues leading me to the principal's office. Hey, Ben. Oh, hey, Michael. Listen, can't talk right now, but I'd love to catch up later, yeah? I'm floored. This guy seems to know just about everyone in school as much as they know him. Talk about being on top of things. He points out a few more minor landmarks in the school. He stops to greet a number of students happy to see him after the summer break. Man, sorry for having to stop so much. No way, I think it's cool you know everyone. If it could only be cool without making us late. He points out a few more minor landmarks in the school, eventually leading me to its biggest draw. I already knew that this place was known for art. Wow. Just outside the administrative offices, the hallway is filled with wonderful pieces of art. Paintings line the walls with name placards beneath detailing who the artists were, all created by alumni and attending students of the school. And this is the gala. All of the pieces have been featured in all kinds of articles and presentations. Whoa. I know, right? One moment. Ben turns to the nearest door and gives it a polite knock. Who is it? It's me, Principal Scalar. An Oviraptor no older than her mid-30s exits the room, holding a steaming mug and sporting a tired smile. Good morning, Benjamin. Oh, hello! Good morning. Inko, this is our esteemed principal. Good morning, ma'am. Her eyes shoot wide mid-sip of her coffee. Oh, I hadn't noticed. You would be Mr. Ganito, right? Really? His name is Inganito? Inganito, god damn it. And then again, the protagonist in Snoop Game was named Anon, so I guess Incognito is pretty alright. It's not a bad joke. Hold on. Yeah, that should go. Oh, there we go. Yes, but my name... How wonderful! Gone is the exhaustion from her face, instead replaced with a very wide smile. I'm so happy that you've chosen our school for your last year, Mr. Me Too. She's not getting his name right. Oh, no. Ben, be sure to give him a thorough St. Hammond welcome, okay? I already was. If you ever need any assistance, my office is always open, Mr. Me Too. Not to mention, the student council is also available for help. Isn't that right, Ben? Yes, Principal Scalar. Thank you, Principal Scalar. Oh, and Ben, a moment, please. But the Parasaur is dragged into the office, leaving me alone in the school gala. Whatever they're saying, I can't hear over the ambient noises of the student body. Either way, it's probably not something I'm meant to hear. I move a few feet away, out of earshot of the discussion. On the wall beside me is a framed panoramic landscape of the city, painted by hand. Wow. I could practically use this thing as a map with how detailed it is. No wonder it's hanging so predominantly by the principal's office. The gentle brushstrokes, the vibrant colors, the evening sun bouncing off each of the windows, the majestic scarlet sky enveloping the horizon. All of which combine together to give it a dreamscape feeling like it's an idealized vision of the city. It's beautiful. I've never been a big admirer of paintings, but I can't deny that this is a masterpiece. Only a teacher could have been able to express this scenic beauty of the city with this level of skill and passion. I withdraw my Cavan Stone 60 from my bag. My Cavan Stone 60. With the compact lens, I keep barely fit the entirety of the painting in frame of the shot. Checking the copy on my display, I realized I left out the title and artist of the piece. The tag says Dreamscape, artist O. Halford, 9th grade. First place, 210M 2020, or 201M 2020. A freshman did this? Jeez. Now that I look at the rest of the paintings, this is insane. It's all so much better than what I've made. Almost all the pieces are beautifully drawn. Acrylic, charcoal, pastel, and yet not even one photo. Hey, Inko, I'm back. I'm a senior. How on earth am I meant to even start measuring up here? Inko? What's that sound? Ben nudges me back with the back of his hand as the commotion gets closer. Hey, watch it, jackass! Slow your roll, Leatherface! My leg! I watch as the aggressor, aggregator, finally rounds the corner and comes barreling down the hallway, speeding right towards us. My instincts kick in, and I stumble to the side to avoid the oncoming collision. Just a split second, I get a good look at my assailant. Green scales, messy hair, and a faded purple hood. She propels herself forward with dexterous hands, spinning the large wheels on her. I only notice now that she's in a wheelchair. Didn't even know you could go that fast in one of those. She glances my way, her pupils lock onto mine. Her gray and gold eyes are marred by bags, and she hasn't slept in days. The girl's entire presence is ghost-like. And that expression, it's like she's looking straight through me. I'm sure she barely registers my existence, but I don't think I'll ever forget that face. Just as fast as she came, however, she's gone. As she leaves, I feel like a weight is lifted from my shoulders. At least until I trip directly into a glass case behind me. Hey, watch it! Whoops. Parasaur hand roves over the display case, his eyes filled with worry. You looking for something? Cracks. Usually when another student falls into them, there's some kind of crack or scratch. Guess it's just a dino thing. You humans are lucky you don't gotta sweat over this kind of stuff. That happen often? Often enough to drain the school funds for repairs. That can't be good. Well, not to brag, but I make do. A vibrato chime echoes through the now empty hall. I freeze. It's already on the first day. Whoops. Sorry to run on like that. We should get going to your first class. Yeah, I wouldn't want it. What, I need a tardy slip or something? Nah, it's the first day. Teachers are lenient. I'm fine either way, since, you know, one of the benefits of being class pres. What's your first period? Physical education. Ben sucks the air in through his teeth in a prolonged wince. You'll be fine. Gymnasium's down that way. Don't keep him waiting too long. I need to get going too. Keep who waiting? I gotta go too. Bye. Whoa, he walks fast when he has somewhere to be. That reaction doesn't exactly instill confidence in me. I follow Ben's directions towards the school gymnasium. After all the earlier commotion, it's the first quiet moment to myself. Might as well take it to finally sort my thoughts. Let's see, what do I think of the place so far? It's certainly livelier than the other schools I've been to. Ever since I stepped foot in here, and everything has been so lively, and everyone seems so exuberant. Makes me feel a little out of my depth, since I'm so used to the opposite. Here, people like that girl earlier are eager to share their hobbies almost without being prompted. Everywhere else I've been, people just kept to themselves, like they're only there because they have to be. Oh, this high school, it hits me. This school's art program attracts people, and students here don't have to be here. They're choosing to be here. That's why it's so active. Well, alright. What can I do with this information? It means I can probably be friends with anyone I want, right? Weird to say, but with everyone here sort of working with each other, there's bound to be an insane level of camaraderie, too. Maybe I won't even have to try. I'm almost at the gymnasium now, though, so I'll hold this thought for later. Gym class. Where boys are separated from the men, and where people with Herculean physiques are able to show off their sculpted bodies. I begin to remember how much I degraded going to PE. The innumerable bad experiences from past schools pales in comparison to the many skidded knees and broken glasses. Hopefully this school's PE program is a lot less grueling. Hold on. Oh, that's not the right one. Here we go. There we go. That's a bit better. As I stand before the wooden doors leading into the gym, I'm struck with how empty the area looks. That's followed by me catching the sound of physical activity coming from within the gym itself. Shoot, I really am late. Ben's earlier warning echoes in my head like a foreboding spirit. I peer through the small glass windows on the door and see students standing shoulder to shoulder. Towering over them is a primate who I can only guess is our gym teacher, with his arms crossed and a scowl on his face. I hope I can get away with being tardy. I walk in. Yeah! My first thought is how lucky I am to be alive. I don't even know what was thrown at me, but it might as well have been a cannonball. I spot the gym teacher, and even through his baseball cap, I can feel his stare of rage pierce my soul. Such intensity, and that ideal throwing form. It only missed by centimeters. That was a warning shot. Know this and know this well, son. I have a policy. Each of my platoons gets 1 free miss from me a year. And you just spent it. I shift my eyes to the students lined up next to him, and they're so stiff with fear that I can't tell what they're feeling. You got 3 seconds to lay it on the front of your squadron, Ryan, the great name of KV Drockett. You are late! Well, He didn't even move. Hint taken. I shut my mouth. The simian scholar starts marching back and forth like a drill sergeant. Listen up, because I'm only saying this once! In this class, we operate on tough love! We learn from our mistakes, so you better pray to Raptor Jesus you don't forget them! Because if you do... With 3 monstrous steps, the coach closed the distance of 10 yards to tower over me. I will be very upset! It reflects poorly on all of us, and that is not something I will accept! So I would love to see you make it succeed, but if you don't, I'll make it unforgettable! Am I understood? I nod my head with fear. Fan-freaking-tastic! Now join the rest of your ranks and stiffen up! Once I confirm my bladder is intact, I shuffle over to where my colleagues stand. I feel them staring at me with anger, like I'm responsible for the coach's teaching style. What an appalling first impression to make. I should just quit and start over somewhere else while I still can. The teacher takes a second glance over us, reminding himself of where he was before I had interrupted. 10 hot maggots! You will all drop and give me 20 of the finest push-ups! Those guts best be an ant's fart of a pristine! Those guts best be an ant's fart off that pristine gym floor or else! With a violently loud blow of his whistle, the coach also takes his position to show us the proper technique. I hide my wince as my knees impact roughly on the ground. The real pain starts as I try to keep pace with everyone around me. My biceps and forearms threaten to splinter from the weight of my body and the speed of my jerky movements. I never realized just how badly out of shape I was. Join the fucking club, bro. On your feet, you bipedal slugs! This guy, he ain't human. It's a kind of primate, maybe? A close relative? I feel my muscles hollering in pure agony as I force myself up from the gym floor. By the time I'm back on my feet, my breathing is heavy, coming out of whistles. Now then, since it's only the first day of school, how about we have ourselves a good old game of dodgeball? Did he say dodgeball? Oh yeah, dodgeball time! I shoot a glance towards the overly enthusiastic dino next to me, who is absolutely elated by the prospect of the upcoming game. We only finished the warm-up and my muscles are already screaming. My knees shake, my lungs burn, and I'm drenched in sweat, but I'm sure I might need a shower after this. I really don't want to play dodgeball. Aren't we lucky? First day of school, we get to play again! I don't do dodgeball. Why not? Not exactly. Alright, maggots, pick your side, keep the numbers even! This is a suicide match! And free for all, too. Damien, why don't you socialize by picking your teammates? Shades, you're on blue team! Wait, well, why are there teams if it's a free for all? Alright, I'm going with the human dude. Before I can figure out the rules for this dodgeball game, the Dilophosaurus wraps an arm around my neck and brings me to his side of the field. Oh, and one last thing. His leering tone frees me up to the spot. What's the first rule? We only got one! Get up on the weakling! Wait, what? In a matter of seconds, the gymnasium is a full-blown battleground. I do my best to dodge the oncoming flurry of red rubber spheres coming my way like bullets. I dive to the ground, avoiding the oncoming projectiles as they soar overhead and pelt my comrades. I hear the blows and the guttural groans of those who've already succumbed to the onslaught of inflated orbs. Combat crawling away from the fierce front, I entrench myself along the edge of the field in hopes of being ignored. I cast my gaze to the rest of my allies and, oh god, it's a full rout! So many bodies! So, how's the first day of school treating you, bro? I look up to see the Finn Dino, the same pink Dilophosaurus who had dragged me to his side of the court, standing down at me and smiling. What do you think? I watch as he casually dodges an incoming ball before throwing his own. Name's Damien, by the way. Inco! Nice to meet you! You two! Crop down and frills! Who said you two had time to talk? Does my gymnasium look like a debate stage? I mean, maybe if we got some of those stands in the auditorium, maybe. I know a guy's uncle that could make a really classy podium. I look up at Damien with absolute bewilderment. What's this guy thinking? Coach looks like he's about to explode. Do not play smart with me, son! Keep your mouth trap shut and eyes focused on the enemy! Damien just smiles and gives the coach a thumbs up, as if it aren't in the middle of an active war zone. You got it, Mr. Sully. That's Coach Sully to you! And what's with the hold-up, Shades? You're just making yourself an easy target on the floor! Get up and play to win! Alright, guess it's my time to do something of worth. But I'm not exactly good at dodgeball. Oh, maybe I can do the whole blocking thing for everyone. That should hopefully make it so that everyone isn't weakened if they're wasting the warning shot. But here's where things change. Totally turn this around. All's equal in the court. A ball aimlessly rolls on the floor in front of me, calling out to be my ammunition. I somehow weave through two shots at me and pick up the ball. Oh yeah, I'm feeling it now. I'm on fire. There's no way I'm losing now. I grab onto the ball and start blocking any shot that so much as crosses our side of the field. Yeah, I'm doing great. Block 1, block 2, block 3. I'm really feeling it. And everyone's looking at me now. Any thought of playing the game suddenly left my mind like it was never there. Who cares? This is more than enough. I can be the... Hey, new guy! A new voice catches my attention. A Crimson Parasaurus. Think fast! What? Oh. The floor is cold. Maybe I shouldn't have come here at all. A pair of extremely dirty sneakers enters my field of view. You gonna get up, Shades? No, I give up. Oh, man, that hurts. How long was I out? I'm laying down on something soft. Or am I? Am I dead? Is this hell? My vision clears, and I sit up from the plastic bed. Sure is bright in here. Oh, shit! They broke my sunglasses! Luckily, I brought my reserve pair. Much better. I stand from the rubber mattress, taking in the tiny room, finally. All alone. Not even a school nurse or anything. Oh, there she is. Looks like she's attending to another student who has his snout stuck in a cone. Huh. Looking at the clock on the wall, it's already noon. That would explain the pounding headache. Finally awake, Shades! I sit ramrod straight, the fear of God stricken into me once more. Calm yourself, cadet. You ate dirt pretty hard back there. Oh, man, yeah. Wait, you did that? I did. Pelted you right in the back. You know why? Because I messed up? Be more specific, kid. Because I couldn't be a good teammate and got hit in the face? Wrong. It was after that. Nothing happened after that. No, you gave up. But I was doing well. You think so? I was blocking the balls and all. You weren't blocking anything. You were showing off. You found a single thing you could do and started dancing around like a clown. You focused on the easy thing and gave up the real thing. You were so focused that you forgot to look around for a moment. And here you are. I know a defeated man when I see one, and there's no way in hell I'm letting a student of mine give up so easy. It's the first period of the day and you're already giving up. Either way, that's a pretty bad lump you ended up with. You gotta watch around some students, if you know what I mean. I blink a few times and recall the chick who yelled at me to catch, followed by pounding me in the face. That one, she's, he chuckles to himself a bit. She's something, alright. Yeah, looked like the devil herself. Anyway, take the rest of the day off, kid. What? I'm telling you to go home. Principal gave the okay. I feel my head again with a stab of pain. Am I really not good to go back to class? Wasn't I getting lectured about this just a few moments ago? Well, I don't want to give up so easy. No, you should go home, you folks. He scratches the back of his head, slightly embarrassed. Right, about that. We tried calling him earlier. Couldn't reach him. I gave a sad half smile. Yeah, sounds about right. I can make it home fine on my own. He nods. When you get back, don't give up so easy. He holds the door to the nurse's office open. A nod and exit the office. Coach Solly closing the door behind us. Oh, and here's for tomorrow. A brown paper bag is shoved into my arms, along with my backpack. Peeking in, I see some blue and gold wrapped in plastic. If you hadn't been late, you could have changed into those. Thank you, sir. Next time, Shades, think faster. Got it? Yes, sir. His smile is positively unnerving. He's a fucking Sasquatch. Now scram, get it! Wow, day one and I have a concussion. Well, it is officially the worst first day I've ever had. As my feet drag along the linoleum floor, I can't help but painfully think of all the failures of the past few hours. No thanks to a very prominent bump on the back of my head. Ow. I'm worse than everyone here on a creative and physical level. I know I really shouldn't be bothered by it, but I hate seeing just how far behind I am compared to everyone else. And I thought I'd make new friends. What was I thinking? I stop and shake my head a bit. What the heck am I doing sulking like this? It's a bad first day, but it's just the first day. There's still all the rest. I still met Ben and Damien. They're pretty cool. I'm not gonna let my optimism be ruined just because of a bad dodgeball match. Just you wait, St. Hammond. Today was a test run. Tomorrow's the real deal. Morning comes. I always had decent internal clock, but it's a new record for me to get accustomed to a new sleeping schedule in just one day. Alright, let's take a look at his room. We got cape shit posters, decent PC setup. What is that, a Mac? Disgusting. No, there's the tower. Unless those are drawers. Especially with this fully grown lump on my scalp. I move an arm from my sheets to feel my head. Yeah, that's bruised real good. Could be worse, though. Alright, time to get up. Slump out of bed and yawn, stretching my arms and cracking my spine a bit. New room is pretty nice. Quite spacious, even with the still sealed boxes. I brush my hand over one of them, the one with my other clothes. I'll get around to opening them at some point. Right now, though, it's time for breakfast. I shuffle downstairs into the heart of the house. The morning sunbeams shining through the window draw my eyes to look out to the new neighborhood. The driveway is empty. Looks like my parents are already gone for the day. No surprise there, really. It's all they ever focus on. A shiver runs up my spine as my feet step on the icy tiles of the kitchen. My eyes are drawn to some taped-up boxes that are still scattered about in the counters. There's a familiar sticky note on the fridge, and I don't even have to read it to know what it says. At this point, Mom's just wasting paper. The least she can do is reuse the same note and make small addendums to it. I snag a plate from the nearest drawer and open up the freezer. No fresh produce to be seen, but there's still the mostly full box of breakfast burritos. Yeah, I've been trying to appreciate ethnic cultures more. Plate loaded with a couple of the minuscule flour-wrapped meals. I set the microwave and wait for the burritos to hopefully not explode or burn inside. While I wait, though, I check my phone. Scan over my newsfeed, check out some of the people I'm subscribed to, hoping there's something I can watch during my meal. Unfortunately, nobody posts videos or streams this early in the morning. Guess I'll just watch a suggested video then. I prop up my phone and click on something random. At the ding of the microwave, I retrieve my breakfast, carrying it carefully so I don't burn my hands on the bottom of the plate. Give the first burrito a test bite, and the inside is still cool. I don't want to stick it back in, though. The tortilla will just become a brick then. I shrug it off, continue chewing, and watch my phone. Top of the morning, folks! By the time the video ends, I've finished the last of the half-thawed burritos. Pocketing my phone, I slip the plate into the sink and head out for the day. Excuse me. This time, I'm at least getting through the day. Today, survival. Tomorrow, thrival. I'll work on it. On the metro again, I take a little more time to check out my surroundings. The sun shines through the windows across them from my normal seat. There's this one chick that was there yesterday, probably on her way to work. It's probably a set routine for her at this point. She always does a bit of makeup first and then checks her phone, then the rest of the way. When the sun shines through the window, it highlights her hair in a really neat way. Like a movie poster almost. I'd take a picture, but it might be a bit awkward for me. Also, everything's disappeared. Why is it so dark? How's St. Hammond treating you so far, Mr. Nito? A voice so deep I feel it reverberate in my bone. I feel it reverberate in my bones, calls from above. I'm taken aback by his authoritative stature. His head is nearly grazing the top of the passenger car. How did he even get in here? Oh, it's been great so far, Mr. Ferris. He offers his hand out for a handshake, though his palm alone smothers my entire hand. How did you know my name? You're clearly going to school, the nearest one is St. Hammond, and I'm already aware of a new human student, if you don't mind my profile. Whoa. Got all that just from looking at me? I'm partially joking. Your full name is printed on your backpack. You know that's dangerous, right? Oops. Yeah, that's me. But please, I know it's only been a few days since the year started, but I'd like to hear your opinion so far. Is this a questionnaire or something? Not exactly, but it's some importance to an assignment to mine. What does that mean? Oh, what am I being secretive for? I'm here to audit your school, see the teachers, know the students, and make sure it's a proper place of learning. I wish it was something worth being secretive about. More often than not, it's just paperwork and office politics. Oh, alright then. My thoughts on school so far. I considered telling him about a teacher nailing me with a dodgeball to make a point. Nah, I'm over it. No, the classes that I have are great. The teachers I have are a dynamic bunch. He thumbs inside his coat pocket for his pen, but decides he doesn't need it yet. I see. Any favorites? I mean, I don't like to have favorites, but all the staff seem pretty lively. Ferris lets out a heavy, rumbling chuckle. That's certainly good to hear. And what of your fellow students? Made any friends? It's been a bit of a struggle, but it's always been that way since my folks move around a lot. I think I'm doing pretty okay this time around. What do you think? What do you think that is? I think it's the jacket. The jacket. I give my lapel a tug for extra style points. The Coastline Cotton Nylon Bomber number 32. Part of the latest catalog by A&F. I see. Does he need to lean so close to inspect it? If the carriage rocks in any way, he'd probably turn me into a piece of modern art against the window. And that's really what the youth are into these days. And the results speak for themselves. Whatever he's thinking about, it's got nothing to do with his work. I think I have a pretty good idea on what it could be, though. Mr. Ferris? You got no swag? I'm gonna fucking kill him! Do you got no swag? Huh? Well, I guess that probably answers it. I admit to being a little gray. I'm aware I'm not exactly with it anymore. Well, even the older generation can dress to impress. Just have to see what people today like to wear. I'm certainly willing to listen to the youth of today, yes. It is something important to my job to know how the student body thinks. And my niece often suggests dressing more relaxed, whatever that means. Did she ever see you in casual clothes? I'm wearing them now. I can save him. The rest of the trip was quick, but we continued with small talk about trends. When we arrived at my stop, he attempts to give me his business card. For some reason, for someone whose mere presence could stop a fight, he seems like a genuinely nice fella. I look forward to talking with him again. Gym class 2.0. Oh god, those burritos were a mistake. My stomach is roiling after the warm-ups. Alright, maggots! Today we'll be working on your cardiovascular system! By that means, it's a good old-fashioned mile run! I want everyone on the track field yesterday! I noticed Damien's mouth open as soon as Coach Sully yells the word. And no, Damien, that does not mean I want you to time travel! Unless, of course, you mean running so fast you hit 88 miles an hour! And just as quickly, Damien shuts his mouth again and shoots Sully a thumbs up. Sully's only reply is to let out a snort. Double time it now, cupcakes! There's no hesitation for me this time. I follow the rest of the class and do the run Sully wanted. As expected, I rapidly fell behind the pack. Hey, Inko, nice of you to drop by. How you doing? Damien, what are you doing back here? Keeping my new buddy company, of course. What are you doing? Trying not to vomit. Hey, you're doing great then. Thanks, I guess. Shouldn't you be at the very front of the pack, though? Next to Mia? Nah, man, not her. Mia? You know, the one who knocked you out yesterday. I believe flashback reminds me of the red Parasaurus. Ah, her. By the by, glad to see you're doing way better today. You're even up and running. Yeah, glad I didn't wind up with permanent brain damage. Hey, question. What happened yesterday normal around here? Well, Mia's a wild one, that's for sure. Best not mess with her, unless you're into those kind of chicks, in which case be my guest. As for Sully, yeah, he's always like that. You'll get used to it, though. He ain't that bad a guy once he warms up to you. If you say so. Hey, don't worry, man. You're gonna fit right in no time flat. fact, you should sit with us at lunch. That way we can give you a proper welcome and stuff. Lunch? I mean... Eco! Damien! Don't fall behind! Sully's voice snaps me from my mini stupor and makes me realize just how far behind Damien and I had fallen behind the rest of the class. Whoops, better catch up with the others before Sully brings out the punitive measure. Excuse me, the what? You don't want to find out, brother, trust me. What? Come on, dude, let's jet. Before I can say another word, Damien gets behind me and starts pushing me forward, forcing my legs to move faster than they ever should have. I have to struggle not to trip over myself, but somehow I managed to keep up the pace that Damien was forcing my body to maintain. 5 minutes and 3 laps later, I fall flat on my ass. My heart beating so fast and my lungs burning so fiercely that every breath feels like sandpaper screaming against my throat. Regardless of that, I finish the jog. First small step towards conquering my physical weakness. Good job, maggots! Kick this up and you'll be soldiers yet! Sully turns to me with a slight grin, shoots me a thumbs up. Okay, that's all for today. Hit the lockers, cupcakes! Damien helps me back up and I join the rest of the male students as we head back into the locker room. We talk a bit about our interests and other school matters on the way. Damien filling me in a bit on St. Hammond's history during the 3 years he'd been in attendance. By a bit of luck, our lockers aren't far apart from one another. But our conversation isn't a real possibility considering all the other ones going on in relatively cramped locker rooms. There really isn't that much more time to chat before the bell rings for our next class switch. I wave goodbye to Damien and start looking for my next class. Hey, don't forget, lunch with the buds! I nod in reply as I turn around and head down the hallway towards my next class. Making my way down the hall, I take notice of the surroundings. Though everything about the school seemed pretty normal, there are some key modifications made to better suit the majority of the student body. Mainly water fountains that settle a good 10 or more feet above me. Overall, nothing crazy special. This next class I'm sort of looking forward to, AP Art Design. The class looks like it's in a studio classroom on the second floor. Part of the school here is built to be both inside and outside, with open ceilings and walls here and there. Since it's also the art wing, the displayed pictures are coated in hydrophobic layers and framed. Although, since it's the start of the year, the halls are freshly cleaned, waiting to be filled as the semesters pass. Of course, there's no shortage of drains. This hall in particular is displayed prominently in the school's advertising material, and for good reason. The carefully and expertly built dynamic between the surrounding nature of the school, and even the building materials themselves is nothing less than mystical. I can already feel the creative juices flowing. Soon enough, I'm standing just outside the door to my next class. Much like the school wall outside, it's decorated in various colors and patterns, each corner painted and tagged by different students. I barely step foot inside before the bell rings. Since I was the last in, all but one of the other seats is taken. It's pretty close to the front. While many students look well prepared, some are clearly ready to fall asleep within the next few minutes. Then there's the teacher. He's standing up by the board, waiting for me to finish looking around to take a seat. Since he isn't urging me to look for a seat, he must be used to new students taking it all in. That must be the art teacher. Somehow he looks young and old at the same time. Well, don't want to hold up the class for too long. Trying not to take the teacher's hospitality for granted, I take the seat closest to me in the front row. Even with me sitting down, the art teacher still continues to idle, instead staring at the seated students with a hazy stare. Nobody seems to be paying attention to him, save for a few people here and there. A few students are whispering something behind me. Where was he yesterday? Hey, I'm not complaining about less work. Yeah, but on the first day? Huh. So in a way, it's the teacher's first day as well. So I didn't miss anything in this class. That's pretty cool, actually. The teacher slams the front of his desk with both fists, the sound echoing throughout the room. It's the signal for all auxiliary conversation to cease, and the class obeys. Despite the sudden furniture abuse, the teacher doesn't look agitated. Rather, he's got a massive grin on his face. The phrase winning smile comes to mind. Right then! The pale pterodactyl holds up what looks to be a metallic tray on a stick. Good morning, class! Thank you, Raptor Jesus, for forcing me to wear prescription shades. My classmates are all wincing in pain and wiping at their eyes. And welcome to AP Art Design! He holds up the stick haphazardly. This is a flash pan. Saw it at an antique store yesterday and thought it would be a good introduction. It's not important. Worthless, actually. The class winces as the stick is chucked into the garbage bin and shattered. Excuse my absence yesterday. I had matters to take care of elsewhere. My name is Mr. Iadakin. Within the blink of an eye, the teacher has replaced the sun on a stick with a fancy marker and managed to scroll his name across the board in the finest show of calligraphy. And I shall be your guide as we explore the expanse of the creative world. Let's not dilly-dally then, shall we? For a teacher, he's very animated. This first week, we'll be going in-depth into the history of the fundamentals of art. Perhaps a little trial by fire as well, to get your creative juices flowing. There's murmurs from my classmates, though I pay them no mind. In fact, the prospect of doing some creative work to create something that I could possibly show off for a brief moment, I picture my own name on a placard in the hallway outside the principal's office. For now, though, I'd like you all to open your book to page... Right, my book. Wait, what book? Wait. Looking around, I see everyone else has a novel-sized hardcover book opened. Oh, they must have gotten them yesterday. Now then, class, we'll be starting with... Hesitantly, I raise my hand. Mr. Iadakin, sir? I, don't have a book yet. You don't have... How? The substitute passed them all out yet. Oh. His eyes flicker open as he connects some internal dots. Word on the street is that some new kid got concussed so hard he had to leave early. Did the street at least mention I was doing well before that? Ha! Of course not. You're Mr. Nito, then? Yes, sir. Given the circumstance, I'll let it slide. For now, why don't you share with one of your classmates? After class, I'll write you a note that you can give to the librarian. Thank you, sir. I kind of regret being so late, because the only person I can realistically share with is the person to my side. So, hey. Wait a minute. Wasn't she the one speeding through the hallway yesterday? Just like back then, I feel her gaze piercing and cold. As if she's not seeing me next to her. Would it be okay to share the book? It'll only be for today. Instead of a verbal response, she lets out a defeated low groan as if I just spit in her cereal. She then huddles back over her page. Oh geez, sorry I asked. It's only the first day. Maybe I don't need it. Olivia, come on. Share with him this one time. I already told him I'd personally resolve the issue. Just help me out here, alright? Help me out here, alright? She responds by making a show of sighing deeply while rolling her head back and around. Ordinarily, there'd be a groan to go with the gesture, but she remains silent. Her head hangs low in defeat, and she nudges the book a few centimeters closer to me. Thanks. Slide my own desk closer to her, just enough that I can read the page. While our teacher orates the page as if reading from Death of a Hunter, I follow along simultaneously, trying to capture anything that stands out into my notebook. A lot more difficult than I expected, as Mr. Iadakin seemed to put emphasis on every word he spoke. I feel like I was just copying the page wholesale. My eyes turned to the book, to the girl's notes, and scratch, scratch, scratch. Those are some very murderous-looking claws on her fingertips. For a split second, I see them retract. She wipes her fingertips with a small towel, and... whoa! The claws extend again into a bright red puddle on her desk. A singular red-colored claw is pressed on the paper for a moment, then quickly tugged and twirled and twisted, leaving behind a bright red cursive sentence on the page. Cool. Those silver irises flicker my way once more. What you were doing? It's pretty cool. A hint of red creeps across the girl's cheeks. She looks back at the book and then hunches her shoulders as high as she humanly, dinally can? Huh? She's now leaning over her notes too, even using the book as extra protection for the pages. Alright, never mind. I should be focusing on my own notes. Yeah. An impossible task now, as the colorful calligraphy next to me has piqued my curiosity. The quill talon continues to delicately etch notes onto the page, and only leaves the page to dip into what looks like a tiny paint palette at the edge of her desk. The claws extend again, and now there's a faint rumbling. Hey! Hadn't meant to get caught up in it. Sorry, just really impressed at that. Wait for her to give me a name. She doesn't. She simply returns to her focus to the book between us. Wonder what her deal is. In either case, I turn my attention back to class. Hope I can make up for lost time. It's hard to ignore the Gator girl, though. Especially when those icy gray eyes of hers feels like icicles poised to stab through me. Hey, wait a second. Those hand motions. She's not writing anything now. God! Can I not right-click? She's drawing. Well, it's none of my business. I am rather curious. I make a show of leaning back to yawn. Now I can see it's a calligraphic doodle of me. There's no mistaking it. That's my jacket and sunglasses. That's pretty cool. No one's ever really drawn me before. Well, there were others on the first day of school, but that's different. They weren't using their own claws or ink. Oh man, I can't wait. I gotta get a closer look. Hey. Picture's super cool. Can I see it? She glares at me with her eyes, but slowly brings the sheaf she was doodling on. It slowly brings out the sheaf she was doodling on. With the paper more visible, I could barely make out all of the important details. The line work is sharp, each stroke is an organic curve that, when combined, to form what had to be me. I even had my glasses and the negative space on the head. Though, what was with the multiple swervy lines coming out of my drawing's head? Dude, this is great. She rolls her eyes and starts retracting the page. Can I take a picture of it? A pause. Why? No one's ever done something like that for me. I want to remember it. She passes the paper over to me. It's yours. Oh, really? Thanks. Don't mention it. But don't. She's nice. But after a grueling period made worse by my own anxiety, the bell rings to set us free. Finally, freedom at last. Just stay for a minute longer, Inko. I get some sideways glances from the other students as they leave, no doubt suspecting I'm a teacher's pet already. With a few strokes of his pen, Iadakin hands me a note. Just show this to the librarian and she'll hand you your books. On your way now. Oh, right. Gotta go take care of that. Quick trip to the library earns me my missing books. I've got a fancy laminated library card. Iadakin's introduction to his class certainly has made me excited for photography next. First stop, though, lunch. Can't take pictures on an empty stomach. Between my lackluster breakfast and gym class, I am starving. Despite my hunger, though, I stopped dead in my tracks as I looked around the cafeteria for a place to sit. The whole place is overtaken by lawless anarchy. I've never seen a riot this intense. A few students have crawled halfway up the wall, hanging by the decorative vines. Food flies about everywhere, utilized as ammunition rather than sustenance. And yet the security guard by the door isn't moving. This must be acceptable? I shudder to think what would be bad enough to warrant him taking action. Never seen anything like this in any of my old schools. More importantly, one of the cliques have already formed from the previous day. It's my chance to sit with anybody. Wait, it's only the second day. Why am I acting like as though it's too late for anything? Yo, Nico! I'm shoulder checked from behind by what feels like an oversized fist or undersized boulder. If I wasn't already by a wall, I would have been either sent sprawling or made into roadkill. When I turn about, I'm met with Damien's toothy grin. Ow! What? What? Already forgot about me? You don't go anywhere. You don't got anywhere to be, right? Yeah. You stuttered. Come on, we're going somewhere. May as well, right? Damien excitedly motions at me to follow through the traffic of students that are going about the lunchroom. Peering through the crowd, waving me over, and disappearing again like he's outrunning something. It's a good thing I hadn't got my own lunch yet. It'd be dumped on the ground about 3 elbows and a slap ago. Through the clamoring, I hear something about a turf war restarting with the new year and that megalodons will continue to rule. Somewhere mixed in is the undeniable sound of a steel chair clattering on the ground. The place is an actual war zone now. How on earth is Damien able to weave through these guys so easily? Eventually, he leads me to a far corner of the room, and his usual lunch table. Hey, you're alive! I think one of my ribs is cracked. It's just school spirit you're feeling. Ugh. I feel less like a person and more like a well-used punching bag. I finish stretching my wounded back and actually check the table. It's basically empty. There's only one other person here. The Gator girl gives me an unamused raised eyebrow. Hey, you. Oh, snap! You know Olivia? Olivia! Right, yeah. The one and only. Why didn't you tell me you met already? Because I only sort of did. We're in the same class. Ah, okay, I get it now. Still, that sounds awesome. All my lunch buddies are artists. All? Ah, yeah. There's usually a third in our group, but she's out screwing around in some school business. She'll probably be back tomorrow. Student council stuff can't take that long, right? What's she need with the student council? Oh, she doesn't need anything with this student council. She's in it. She's the treasurer. The treasurer? Something like that. What do you think, Olivia? Olivia just grunts in reply. She doesn't even bother to look up from her lunch tray. Aren't you an artist too, Damien? Nah, I don't got the patience to sit around for hours like that. So you're not taking advantage of the art programs here? Don't really need them. Bob's just real close by. Only other artist here today is Olivia. His arms wave over Olivia as if he was presenting her at an auction or something. For her part, the Gator girl just grunts again. Well, what do you do then, Olivia? She finally looks up, turning an indifferent look my way. Did she say something? What was that? The ambient war noises are a bit too loud. Can't hear anything. Sorry, I can't hear anything you're saying over the... don't sweat it. She's just a real quiet type. I paint! Whoa! Hey! Holy hell, her voice sounds so raspy. It's as if she never drank a drop of water in her life. I Guess I hadn't noticed before when she gave those one-syllable responses, but for someone's voice to be strained from a single shout? She furrows her brows and looks back down at her lunch. Oh, snap! We've been standing around for a while! He sits back in his own seat and takes a huge bite of the mystery meat steak. Right. Food. After the workout and poor breakfast, I'm practically famished now. But the line... All eyes look to where the lunch line should be. It's become a full-blown riot. Someone's got a fire extinguisher trying to stop it! Oh, I probably should have waited for you to get yours. Oops! Damien returns to his steak rather aggressively. But who am I to question dino etiquette and the act of using one's foot to anchor the food for tearing? Suddenly, the sound of squeaking rubber draws both our attention towards Olivia. She's holding onto one of her wheels, having just skidded it across the granite floor. Oh, what's up? She tilts her head back towards the courtyard door behind us. Looks like there's a few vending machines out there. Huh. Guess I'll check them out. I'll leave the group behind to go try and get lunch. Not a fan of soda or chips for a meal, but it's enough for wartime survival. Hey, this thing accepts credit cards. Handy. I'm feeling like... My favorite color is drywall, store-brand soda, pretending to be on a diet baked chips. A huge fucking idiot. I'm gonna get a sports drink. Give me them baked chips. I picked out a few brands I recognize, enough to tide me over for the rest of the school day. I bend to pick the bags from the dispenser slot, and... That green chick's looking at me. She notices me gazing at her and hunches over again hurriedly. What's that all about? Right, making new friends. Buy a few extra sodas for the table. Carrying everything back in both arms, I place them on an empty spot, sliding a can of soda to Damien. Looks at me as if I just tossed him a gold bar. Damien Pog! Damien Pog! Whoa, dude! The Dilo Boy's mouth opens wide as he chomps the bottom of the can, his fangs piercing the thin metal and spraying its contents down his gullet. I toss them over to Olivia as well. She eyes it as though it were booby-trapped before taking the bag of chips. Damien sighs happily as he chucks the shredded remains of his can away. Caffeine ambrosia. What were we talking about before? Olivia's art, right? She's really good, Inky. You would not believe it. Can he at least stick to a nickname? Really? Haha. Oh, totally. She's like won awards and stuff. She has? Can I see him? In fact, I could snap a few glamour shots for you. No need, dude. I've already got pictures on my phone. No, I mean, hold on. I pick up my backpack from the floor, unzipping it, retrieving my beloved camera. I'm actually into photography. The Dino Man reaches for the well-aged DSLR, and on instinct, I swat his hand away. Ah! Hey! Sorry. Force a habit. What do you think, Olivia? She eyes me up and down with the same furrowed brow. Aren't you the guy that ate dirt in gym yesterday? Yep! I shoot Damien I shoot Damien a quick, dirty glance before returning to look at Olivia. It wasn't that bad. It was pretty bad. It wasn't! And how does everyone seem to know about it? Damien looks aside sheepishly. I may have had a hand in spreading the story around. I thought it was funny! Don't worry, though. Everyone has some embarrassing story. One time I got my frill stuck in the bathroom stall. I didn't need to know that. It took him an hour to get it out. See? Everyone's got something. Olivia pops a chip into her jaws, her face looking out to nowhere as if she's thinking of something. Hey, Dels, how we doing? We have met the Gator. Hey, that's good. Damien leans close to me. One of his frills extends to hide from Olivia. Dude, I haven't seen her talk this much during lunch since last year. She said 3 things and one of them was a grunt. Why the secrecy? It's like a secret meeting. Those are cool. Ooh, that doesn't sound too good. You take some ibuprofen or an Advil or something? Uh-huh. But yeah, this is something else. She's really warming up to you, I can tell. He sits back down properly. Honestly, this whole thing is a little creepy. She's probably not a bad person to talk to, but Damien isn't helping any. As eager as I am to make new friends this year, this is definitely not how I thought it would pan out. Maybe it's best I get through lunch quick and quiet. At least I have a spot to sit during lunch. Not like I'd have any other options. Tylenol was helping, but I think that it's the mix of that and the map. That's good. Ah, there you are, Inko. A voice rings out to greet me, which catches our attention. I see a familiar bespectacled face walk over to us with a lunch tray in his hands. Glad to see you've made it to lunch this time. Oh, hey, Ben. I'm guessing you and Inky had already met. Introduced myself after I bumped into him the other day. Speaking of bumps, you should have seen Inky here yesterday. Damien lets out a cackle and slaps me on the back, igniting the gym pains in my body and almost knocking my glasses off. Ben gives a concerned half smile. This must be my eternal torment for the rest of my semester. Yeah, about yesterday. Ben looks down at the aisle of chatting students and signals to someone with his head. Standing 10 feet away from us is an opposing-looking dinosaur girl with blonde hair, crimson scales, and a sporty, fiery red leathery jacket. Ben motions for her to come closer with a soft smile on his face and nod. And she smiles back, though her own is noticeably strained. Okay, I'm here. She slowly makes her way over, and I notice how some of the students begin to quiet down as she passes them by. Oh no, she's kinda hot. As she gets closer, her intense presence invades me. And even though we're about the same height, I feel like an ant about to get crushed under her boot. Somewhere in me, a synapse connects her face to me tasting bright red rubber yesterday. Really wish it hadn't. Inko, Mia here has something to say to you. Mia stays silent, but strides the last couple of steps rigidly to stand in front of me. She sucks in air through her teeth. Sorry. The corner of the girl's lips start to rise. I didn't mean to knock your lights out. Behind her, I notice Ben grimacing. The girl lets out a laugh and lays an arm around my shoulder, her smile growing wide once more. Heat creeps along my face as her muzzle nears my ear, especially when a puff of hot air blows by the lobe. The heat is torn away, though, when I feel her fingers dig roughly into my shoulder, and her sharp hiss of a whisper scrapes my eardrum. That ball was maybe a nice ball. Screw the class over again, and I will fucking end you. Nodding and understanding, Mia pushes away from me with a small cheer. See? All clear now, Benny boy. Mia? That's not quite... Aw, boo, you know how I am. Her eyes flutter as she looks his way. Yes, I know, but you promised you would be nicer. I know, and I was. So, I'll be seeing you later tonight, Benny. Oh god, they're a thing! Just like we promised. She waves us off collectively and backs into the crowd, vanishing before either one of us could fully process her words and actions. I kinda want her to beat me up. Is it weird that I want her to beat me up? It feels weird. Damien nudges my side. Dude, I think she likes you. Ben sighs. Sorry about that, Inko. I can't get over the fact that the protagonist's full name is Incognito. Incognito. It's fucking brilliant. It's hilarious. It's so stupid. I heard earlier about what happened at PE and connected the dots. Mia comes off as rough around the edges, but she's actually really sweet. I'll talk to her more about it later. You and her, huh? Yeah, since the start of high school. Classic jock and nerd pairing. Sounds like you're living the dream. Well, I mean, in Snoot Game, the protagonist was called Annan, so, you know, it works. You know it. But, yeah, I'm sorry your first impression of her isn't ideal. It's fine, it was just dodgeball. Not like she was looking to do something. Yeah. Damien. Damien looks up from the rest of his meal, having selectively heard his name. Could you not spread rumors about your fellow classmates? No worries, Nico and I are cool. I keep doing it! That still doesn't make it right. Sure. Yes, sir. Yeah. He gives Ben a lazy salute. Ben merely sighs as he places his tray on the table and makes himself comfortable on the seat next to me. As he settles in, Ben notices my camera still out on the table. Oh, is this your camera, Inko? Huh? Oh, yeah, showing it to Damien and Olivia earlier. May I? I feel my instincts kick in for a moment before remembering that Ben also works with the camera. Sure, have a look. I watch Ben gingerly picks up my camera and gives it a thorough inspection. I must say, as far as standard DSLRs go, yours is very good quality. It's nothing too special, really. I just picked something up a while back. Well, you have good taste in camera models. He hands me back my camera, to which I place it back into my backpack. Thanks. With something like that, it'd be easy to get some great shots. Well, I do have a small collection of them. I do have a small collection in a portfolio drive. Portfolio? Ah, man. I only just got mine a month ago. I bet you've got a dozen pieces to choose from for the New Year's art contest. The what? He missed that announcement. What announcement? The school has an annual art contest at the start of every new year. Winner gets a small cash prize, but the bigger prize is the fact that the winner's place is submitted for publication in a couple big-time magazines. Oh, there goes Olivia. Oh. Oh, wow. That sounds awesome. Of course, that also means there's a lot of students plan ahead and work all summer for something to submit. Did you do anything for it, Ben? You know it. Well, good luck. Liz said she turned in the perfect piece yesterday. Okay, now I'm interested. Finally, a chance to show my real skill at something I'm good at. Hey, Olivia can help you out. With your shots and her art, you two can totally win. Right, Olivia? Olivia? We all turn our heads to Olivia, only to realize that she's disappeared. When did she leave? Confused, I scan around the cafeteria and my eyes manage to spot her through the crowd of students. She's rolling away towards the cafeteria doors, quickly. Just like that, I lose sight of her as fast as I had seen her. Try to look at Damien and Ben. Damien not only looks puzzled, but also disappointed for some reason. Ben, meanwhile, he almost looks annoyed that Olivia left. Guess she hasn't changed. So it seems. The venomous sting to his words makes me feel like there's more going on than I'm aware of. I decided to try not to pry into it. Instead, bring the conversation back. Well, I still want to try. You can upload your submission on the school's website. Oh, then I'll need an account. You don't have one? Don't think so. I've been told they get me the stuff. I've been told they'll get me that stuff by the end of the week. Sounds about right. Truthfully, it takes about 5 minutes at most to deal with that. And why the wait? Nobody wants to deal with it. Guess I'll wait then. Ben scratches the side of his head. I think there's someone in Stucco that can help you out, actually. It's the treasurer's duty day today. So that's where Liz ended up. I don't know any names, so maybe? Huh. Guess I'll get to meet Liz sooner rather than later. I think I'll take care of that before lunch is over. See you in class, Ben. Sure thing. Later, Damien. Deuces, man. Tell Liz I say hi. Grab some leftover snacks from the table and my backpack, and head out of the cafeteria. Finally show off my skills. Show that I'm just as capable an artist as everyone else here. Yeah, it sounds like you should. The computer lab is an offshoot room from our library. As for the library itself, aside from an expected emphasis on anatomy drawing guides and the like, it's pretty standard. Not to brag, but the school I was at for my freshman and junior year had libraries with 2 floors. Probably should have read a thing or two with all those resources. I'm getting off topic. The computer lab is the focus. The calm tranquility of the library is overtaken by the organized sterility of the lab. 40 standardized sets of computers and monitors line the walls, forming a panopticon around the desk reserved for the teacher in the middle. I remember them being organized differently in elementary school, but for a few years now, I've just been seeing this formation. Sounds to me like someone got caught one too many times working on more risque art pieces. The monitors are all turned on, but only one's logged in. Weird, there's nobody here. Ben and Damien said Liz would be here, though. Maybe she's in the bathroom? Not one to pry and snoop around, but I am really pressed for time here. On screen, I see open PDFs and documents. They look finance-related, and filled with abbreviations and jargon I don't understand. Maybe I can figure out how to create my account on my own. What are you doing? Ah! Haunted high school! I didn't mean to scare you. Oh, thank Christ. It's just a dino girl with an extremely long neck and not a specter. No, really. What were you doing to the fiscal report I was working on? I didn't do anything. I've been working on that all day. Why did you touch it? I didn't. I only minimized it, I swear. Right, I'm here for a reason. Are you Liz? The Brachiosaur furiously reopens all of her windows for a while, types out some information before acknowledging me again. Excuse me? Ben sent me. I wanted to submit something for the art contest going on, but I didn't have my school login info yet. Ben told me you'd be able to help. Ben, huh? Well, Ben and Damien. She mumbles something beneath her breath and turns her head back to me. Yeah, I'm Liz. Whoa. Income. But, yeah, I'm new here, so I need an account. Not a problem at all. Liz sits down and cracks her knuckles as she starts typing away at the keyboard. Alright, I'll see if I can get that done for you. In a flourishing display of spreadsheet software experience, Liz navigates and organizes several documents in seconds. I always had the general idea that there were a lot of shortcuts and commands, but yeesh. She's resourceful. So, you're an artist too, huh? Since you want to enter the contest so bad. Oh, yeah, I'm a photographer. Yeah? How you liking it here so far? Students here usually jump to asking about what they're graduating here for, so they can more easily form connections and collaborate, so excuse me if I might be going a bit too fast. No, not at all. I'm a bit more at ease now that you've just explained it. It's pretty good, though. Although I feel bad about missing most of the first day. It's not a big deal. Guess not. Although, truth be told, I see those paintings framed in the hall by the principal's office, and it does put a bit of a rain on my parade. Oh yeah, those. Yeah, I get what you mean. I think it's like that by design, honestly. Something about breaking the students' egos. Then you end up wanting to improve like crazy so you can reach your goals. At least, that's what happened to me. I'm planning on going to university and getting degrees in design and business. And that's just the start. I'm also starting to become an apprentice for art dealings, getting the right paintings for the right people. My tutors say I'm impressive enough I should start enrolling for any and all of the important universities around the country I'd like. Wow. I mean, I'm also pretty well off myself, but it never occurred to me that I should be this ambitious. Thank you. What about you? I'm gonna be an influencer, blogger, and be crazy popular. I'm going to publish a photography magazine. Well, it's something. At least it's more than a lot of people here. What do you mean? Like, half the school may as well just be in a daycare. Sorry if that sounds rude. We've got these school programs and even industry professionals coming in for lectures, but it's like some people here are here just because their friends happen to be here too. No big plans, it seems. Yeah. Wait, you mean like Damien? Yeah, I shouldn't have mentioned it. He's still cool, though. Don't get me wrong. Homie talking about him to you like this doesn't come across as douchey. He's definitely the friendly type. He even partnered with me in gym class and dragged me along to sit with him at lunch. Is that so? Yeah, he was really excited about it, too. Then he introduced you to Olivia as well and tried to break the ice so she can come out of her shell. Yeah, how'd you know? Oh boy, I'm sorry about that, Inko. What? Is Damien messing with me? No, Damien's great. He's just maybe a little too eager. If he considers you a friend to him, he'll want you to be our friend too. Specifically, he'll want you to be Olivia's friend. Well, what's wrong with that? Nothing at all. But you've seen Olivia. You can probably tell she's a bit unresponsive. Doesn't really like to talk to anyone, not even Damien. So you can definitely try to be her friend, but just know that she'll most likely ignore you. You don't like Olivia? What? No, I do. She's fine, I guess. I sit with her during lunch after all. Just sure you'll get along with us just fine. And hey, I'd love to see Olivia make a friend. Just don't get too invested in trying to get her to warm up to you. Damien will always be down to hang out, though, and I certainly don't mind. It's just that him and Olivia are nigh inseparable, so if the deal turns you off, then it's not your fault either. There's history to that warning. Inseparable. So they're like girlfriend and boyfriend? No. They just live in the same house. Oh. Damien's also incredibly patient and outgoing. I envy him. But yeah, he would like nothing more than everyone to get along like best buds. Unless you're like Damien and you can be pleasant to a brick wall forever, your time is probably better spent elsewhere. So, how serious are you about your ambitions? Pretty serious, I think. It's not. Something to keep in mind, then. It's a struggle, but like Damien says, you gotta keep trying, right? Liz gives me a half-hearted smile. But she still seems sad about something. Anyway, sorry for talking your ear off about private matters. You still want to get that submission turned in? She stops for a second on one tab to scan for something. And got it! She motions her head back to the back of the room as the printer hums itself to life. I get up and get the paper. Both my username and password here are strings of numbers. I take a snapshot of the username and password so I don't have to remember it. Thanks. Anyway, you should hurry. Lunch is ending soon. Right. According to the time display on the monitor, I've only got 10 minutes left. I followed the instructions on the printout, finally getting that student ID hub. Getting to the student hub of the site. And thankfully, the art contest is displayed prominently across it. Clicking through a couple of links, I finally find the submission instructions. It's a simple matter of putting in my entry details as the name of the file and dragging it into the school's shared drive. Plugging in my portable portfolio hard drive, I create a copy of my magnum opus. Then a quick rename, drag it here, and just in time. I take the extra minute to safely undock my hard drive and then log off the computer. Looking back to Liz, she's completely wrapped up in her work. Don't think interrupting her is a good idea, especially after what she said about Olivia and our own time. I opt to simply leave her be, heading out of the room and the library for class. After all, it's time for class I've been looking forward to the most. This day is certainly turning out better than yesterday. I mean, we spent most of yesterday concussed, so yeah. Ugh. Just gonna save real quick. Hope I didn't jinx it for myself. My nerves have been acting up when I first stepped back into the classroom. It made it even worse when I was hit with another flashbang. Ah! After my 20 other classmates had finished laughing, Mr. Iadakin made a show of waving a freshly taken photo from a fancy fold-up camera from the 70s. I dubbed this portrait... Oh, I can't read this. I don't know how to pronounce this. I don't speak French. Étudiant Saint-Polis? After he thumbtacked the shot to the corkboard, filled with poor snapshots of everyone else, Mr. Iadakin reassured me and sat me right next to bed. He managed to sum up his syllabus in under a minute, instead taking the majority of the time to go over our first lesson and assignment on exposure and lighting. With each new light fixture he brought out and explained, I felt my mind swirl faster with new possibilities of old shots. If I only had that then, or if I could have used that there. Now that you've had a small taste of it, we'll start with our first photography assignment. Proper lighting! I'm salivating at the thought. Mr. Iadakin had just finished his first lesson where he handed out all sorts of equipment to look over. It's the first time I've handled some of these things, like the enormous box light that was still taking up the entirety of my desk. Remember, though, that these are just tools meant to enhance the photo. You can highlight a turd all you want, it's still a turd. The crude language guarantees a chortle from a few half-listening students. The teacher looks over at the clock and hums. Well, I see I managed to finish this lecture a tad bit early. Why don't you all take these last 10 minutes to compare notes, maybe even consider doing the assignment as a collab piece with a classmate. The room is quick to fill with the sound of chatter. I wonder if Hey! I turned to Ben to see his eager grin. You want to do a joint piece? Since you don't know any good spots in the school and all. I pull out the assignment sheet from beneath the lightweight light on my desk and give it a quick scan again. Present a set of photos demonstrating your understanding of proper lighting. You're allowed to borrow one lighting tool and must take a shot on school premises. And I swear I've handed out this assignment for years now. If one more student just takes a picture of the hallway outside the classroom, I'm going to personally throw them over the railing. Be original, please. I got the perfect place for it. If we work together, we can even use 2 items. The offer is too tempting. Sure. I held out my hand and Ben takes it and shakes it, sealing the pact. My face is feeling weird from all the smiling today. But in truth, I'd been enjoying Mr. Iadakin's class so much that I couldn't stop. Feels like I've the entire world to gain from Mr. Iadakin's lesson. The entire world to explore. Seeing as ever since the move, I hadn't had the time to actually explore Volcadera Bluffs. Sure, on occasion I go out on my own to parks and stuff, but who doesn't? Besides, I'd be a pretty lame photographer if I didn't go out and find stuff to photograph. And you know what? I've been meaning to do a little looking around here too. So to everyone else, this assignment makes them have to explore the school, but I get to. Pretty sweet deal if I say so myself. The hall outside the classroom is going the only major photo op between that and the murals outside, I'm certain to find something cool. No, the murals won't work on their own. Since it was my first thought to use them, that means it's likely someone else's first thought. I need to think outside the box a bit. Think of some way to use the school's architecture to my advantage in the way that... Inko! My thoughts are disrupted by a worried-looking Ben. Maybe you should see a doctor, man. Head injuries are no laughing matter. I'm fine. What were you saying? I was asking how you were doing, with school and classes now. Oh, yeah, right. I'm doing good. Really good, actually. I'm in a class that I'm 100% enjoying and starting to make some genuine friendships. Compared to the disaster of yesterday, today has been astoundingly positive. That's good to hear. Yeah, I've even got some friends now. Great. Oh, and what about your art submission? Was Liz able to help? There's something nibbling at the corner of my thoughts at the mention of the long neck girl. Yeah, she gave me my login stuff and everything. Uploading the submission was a piece of cake after all. I'm just going to move off the mouse and back to the keyboard and onto the keyboard. Awesome. That does make you competition now. Both Liz and I have pieces in the running too. She told me she had submitted something, yeah, but I'm a bit concerned since she didn't have much time at all to prepare anything, but... Hey, everyone's got a chance. You never know. Yeah, she was pretty cool about it too. That whole friend group was pretty welcoming. I think I'm pretty lucky. Lucky? Ben seemed perplexed by my statement. He said something at lunch when Olivia vanished. I'm noticing for a silent paraplegic, she shares a lot of people upset. You got some hidden drama with her too? No, not really. Wait, two? Who? Iadaki calls us out, striding over to inspect. I take it you gentlemen are conversing about your subject, about your assignment all together? Of course, Mr. Iadaki. We were just discussing where we take our picture, right, Ben? Well, that's good then. Good thing you guys weren't talking about something off topic, like gossip. It would be pretty embarrassing for you to use your time right off the bat, I think. Especially considering you're currently the subject of some fairly humorous gossip yourself. Aren't you, Mr. Nito? I am awash in a wave of shame from his words. I look at Ben, and I can see he feels the same way as well. If the air around someone needs clearing, clear it yourself. Mr. Iadaki has a point. Once a friendship is established, I can learn more about her. Alright, off you go now, and remember to get your assignment done by the end of the week. Remember, it empties out slowly. Most of my peers still chatting and discussing their plans for the assignment. Before I can continue talking with Ben about our own project, the Stu co-president has already packed up and exiting the room. Guess we'll talk later, though. Packing up my own notebook, I wave goodbye to my new favorite teacher and head off to my next class. Something about Iadaki doesn't sit right with me. I've never been on the up and up with teachers that are overly friendly. Walking into history class for the first time, and it's about what I expect it to look like. Pictures of historical figures, small relics from various regions, and cartography of the Earth during its stages of continental drift. Though I notice that there's a distinct lack of a teacher in the class. Must be finishing up their lunch, I assume. Well, better get a good seat now before they're all taken. Eeny, meeny, miny, this one. I settle myself into my chosen desk and pull out my history book and notebook along with a pencil. As the classroom fills with more and more students, it becomes a blur of vibrant scales. A few minutes pass, and I'm still wondering where the teacher is. The suddenness of the door slamming open stops any and all noise. It's quiet enough to hear a pin drop. The figure walks into the classroom and... Oh, no! Oh, sweet heaven, no! He stands there and stares everyone down. Stares down at everyone menacingly. He's the history teacher, too? Thanks for walking me to my classroom, Sully. Of course, Miss Brockling. Oh, thank Raptor Jesus, he isn't our teacher. The Raptor woman adjusts her glasses as she scans the room before looking down at the paperwork in her hands. Looks like we'll have some late arrivals, but let's get down to business. I know that I introduced myself yesterday, but for any of those who weren't here, her momentary glance at me makes me believe Sully told her about my absence. My name is Miss Prockling, and this is history class. In this course, we'll be learning about the history of our primeval ancestors and their advancements throughout history. You can even say that I like going back in time. That it's like going back in time. Doesn't that sound exciting? Despite her admittedly forced enthusiasm, everyone in class responds with uninterested murmuring. Not sure why, though. This all sounds exciting. She walks over to her desk and places down her pile of folders before flipping open her own special version of the history book. With a click of a button, she also turns on a projector to reveal a prepared slideshow for today's lecture. Excuse me. To learn about the extensive history of Saurians and their culture is something I've yearned for. If you can turn your books to page 36, we'll begin with the first chapter detailing the earliest interactions between Saurians and hominids. Ooh, that sounds interesting. I think I jinxed myself. Miss Prockling's history class is the polar opposite to Iadakin's photography class. While her introductions to the class engaged me at first, things have slowed down to an unbearably slow crawl. Yeah. My eyes scan over the introductory text of the first chapter. Despite the tension between the two groups, human settlers to the New World would continue to make overtures of trade to the native Velociraptor tribes. Pretty sure I've read this line 3 times now. I tear my eyes away from the page in the hopes of blinking the boredom away. I look up to see the teacher staring down at various papers on her desk with laser focus. I must have stared too long, though, because I ended up locked in a staring contest with Prockling. She raises an eyebrow at me. Okay, right. Okay then, right. Write down notes on pages 3 through 7 about the discovery of the New World. Without fully comprehending the words before me, I am copying the page down to the letter in my notebook. Absent-mindedly, I begin to recall everything that's happened so far with my new classmates. Ben carries himself with a lot of refinement and is easily my first pick as a photography partner. But that Mia girl, she doesn't seem to want to make friends. Of course, I could have figured that out from the cold look she gave me yesterday, not to mention the rude hand gesture. Damien's very friendly, even if he can be a bit too enthusiastic at times. And though my encounter with Liz was brief, I can tell she's dependable. My progress in making friends has been good, all things considered. But then there's Olivia. So far, she's still an enigma, coupled with an apparent history that she has with others. It makes me all the more curious about her. Liz says it would be a bad idea to get invested, but in the end, it's effectively gossip and hearsay. This comes as something of a shock to me, but... And what do we have here, Miss Halford? The sudden voice of Miss Prockling snaps me out of my thoughts. I lean my head to see the teacher looking down at... Wait a minute, Olivia's here too? As luck would have it, I share not 1, but 2 classes with Olivia. Must have been so jaded from trying to read this textbook that I didn't even notice the girl in the wheelchair. She sits in the front row, diagonally in front of me. And I don't think she's noticed the strange twist of fate herself. Only the second day of the school year, and you're already doodling in class again? She proceeds to pick up the piece of paper from Olivia's desk. Looks like she's been drawing on it, though I can't tell what they are from where I'm sitting. Listen, Olivia, I know history isn't the most exciting subject to learn, but could you at least pretend that you're taking notes? The only response I hear from Olivia is a heavy sigh before leaning her head back down. While the teacher returns to skulking around the room, Olivia hunches over a notebook. Although I don't think those are notes she's taking. Nah, no one would do something like that with the totalitarian teacher patrolling the room. It's an attempt to get us to focus, but I'm fighting a losing battle to keep my eyelids from shutting. jaws clenched tight to suppress the loud yawn building inside, even as Miss Prockling skulks right behind me. Just before my drowsiness can overtake me, I notice a minute movement in the corner of minute movement in the corner of my eye. One of my classmates glances up at the teacher, whose eyes are roving over the opposite side of the room, and down to scribble something down. The paper is then folded into a neat little note, and I watch the next person carefully unfold the sheet, and also scribbles on it, before handing it and folding it and passing it along again. Curiosity thoroughly piqued, I anxiously await in my seat for the paper to get to me. It's a dangerous game, passing the note so Prockling doesn't see. By participating, does that make me a slacker? The student to my side makes his move to toss the note over. Prockling starts turning around right then. He flinches and drops the hot potato on my desk in a flash. I nearly slammed my own paper over the page to cover it from sight. Miss Prockling continues to lecture about how the raptors and humans eventually started to get along because they traded narcotic leaves or something like that. And as you can see on the board here, now, with my paper, luckily, there's plenty of space left. As for what everyone else has drawn, a not-so-solid attempt at a race car. Rough sketches of some eyes, a bunch of doodles, names in various stylized fonts that I can only be described as graffiti. And, of course, it's not high school if someone hasn't drawn a penis. Miss Prockling with stink lines coming off her, she might not be caught with us. That being said, I'm drawing a blank. What should I draw? I don't exactly doodle every day. Drawing stuff for others is a nice gesture. Maybe I'll try to break the ice a bit. Although I don't really know anything about her. Can't hurt to try, though, yeah? I can think of a few things to sketch out here. Let's see. Oh, I actually have to draw? Oh my god! Okay. This is actually pretty neat. What? Fuck, I don't know what to draw. Damn it. Okay, let's see if I can still remember how to do this. And then it's here, 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 here. I can't remember if that's how you make the cool S or not. Oh, fuck. Yeah, fuck it. That'll do. And done. Didn't have a lot of room to work with, but I surreptitiously admire my work if I find that I have a long way to go. It feels like I'm being mocked by the other doodles. Right, Olivia's shirt like this. Miss Prockling still turned around. Alright. I slip the paper over Olivia's shoulder. If I slip the paper over Olivia's shoulder, I won't have to get up and risk getting caught. And there and here we go. A bit tricky, and I hesitate, but the paper meets its destination. Doesn't even look back, just takes the paper eagerly. It's completely different from how she was acting earlier. Her tail is even swaying side to side. Oh, is that wagging? Huh. Alright, now she's gonna see my sketch and possibly think I'm cool. How can she not? We did the cool S. The coolest. She's not turning around. Oh, it's not much, so I could also just... I'll be taking that. Miss Prockling snatches the paper from Olivia's claws and holds her arms out. She takes a glance at the paper, and a small crack of a smile appears on her face before going back to its stoic visage. So this is how you view me, Miss Halford? Prockling holds the paper up for all to see. Everyone in class does their best to avoid her persecuting gaze. I know that most of you were a part of this as well. Look, I'm not asking for much. Please do your assignment when you're in class. It's the least you can do. We were just passing a note one at a time. She wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, how come all of us are in trouble? I noticed Broccoli looked down at Olivia for a moment before letting out a sigh of defeat. Look, since it's only the second day, I'll let this one slide, but I'm warning you now that I won't be so lenient the next time it happens. Otherwise, you'll end up like that last student who decided to be disruptive during class. What happened to him? Get a detention slip or something? Miss Procklin pulls up the window blinds and pushes the window screen open. She then takes out a walkie-talkie. Solly? Yep, another hippie. Seat H4. Holy shit! Good job, soldier. Now, if we can continue. We're on the second floor. I sink back into my seat and continue writing, mainly out of unadulterated fear of experiencing the same wrath from the teacher. Man, now I feel guilty for Olivia. I was the one to pass her the note, after all. Maybe I shouldn't have tried. Well, I can always apologize after class. Miss Procklin places the note and continues with her lecture for another half hour. With 10 minutes of class left, I see Procklin look at the clock above the door. Then I notice Olivia grabbing her attention, as if she knew what she's already going to say to her, and the teacher nods her head. Olivia grabs her backpack, shoves all of her things into it. In silence, she wheels to the door, opens it, and rolls on out. The teacher must have noticed me watching her leave. Accommodations. Well, there goes any chance of saying sorry to her. Feeling defeated, I decide to focus on writing down my notes for the rest of the time left. Although, I do wonder... She must have noticed my duel. Did she ignore it? Did she just ignore it then? Class comes and goes, and I head back home on the metro. Another day, another dollar. Though this time I pass on the mini breakfast burritos. After how bad they messed me up during PE yesterday, I don't want my stomach to endure that torture again. Instead, I just got a few hash browns from a fast food joint by the metro. I idly scroll through my feed, as I usually do, while the metro jostles about to my destination. It's been a few days now, and the strange scent of extremely cheap detergent and alcohol have become an afterthought. Some of the vines are actually plastic, but the flowers are little air fresheners. That's not actually something I noticed, or so witnessed when a passenger tried to eat one. Some of the vines are real, though. For some reason, they go untouched anyway. Maybe they're just not tasty. Vegetarians don't eat grass in their lawns, after all. Right? Oh. Anyways, the lights have gone out, and someone just dropped a wrecking ball next to me. Must be Mr. Ferris. Good morning, Inko. Good morning. Has work been going fine? It has. Slowly, but I'm very thorough. I hate the idea of a place of learning not being an ideal place to learn. And I appreciate our talks. Perspective has really helped me understand the student body more. You're welcome. Hey, have you given more thought to the fashion thing? I have. Although I can't say I really get it. Well, there's plenty to see if you look around. Really? Like what? Well... Like, look at the girl at the other end of the car. Okay. It's rather revealing. I don't think that's really for me. I love my life. I just mean as an example. Well, there's an event coming up. I could see about trying something new. What would you recommend? That's a good question. What would be good to use? In my inner eye, I conceptualize the coolest possible Ferris. The fresh machine going full throttle. First, sunglasses. His eyes may be a little too far apart for that. However, beanie! No! Moving on. Big guns, fresh jacket. There we go. The coolest possible Ferris. He looks like a hipster. you go. Sorry, just thinking. Why don't you start with... radial frosted glass dim room sunglasses. Really now. Those all sound rather expensive. Yeah, they are. You know what? Try a gold chain necklace? A what? Yeah, just make sure it's appropriately sized so it doesn't look silly. I'm sure it will go a long way, and they're pretty cheap to get. Well, alright. I'll take your word for it. You sure talk about fashion a lot, though. Is that really all everything's about these days? Well, of course not. What do you want to know about? What's YOLO mean? I've heard the term thrown around recently. That was like 5 years ago. Oh. Mr. Ferris and I talk more about contemporary urban slang until we arrive at our style. Art. Mr. Iadakin had just started talking about our first project for the class. As soon as he said the word, Olivia's hand shot up. Gray eyes sparkled in excitement, and a smile threatened to crush the perpetual frown etched onto her snout. The girl vibrates in her seat as she waves her arm in the air, trying to get the teacher's attention. Iadakin's own smile was strained as he and Olivia engaged in a staring contest with one another. I could only marvel as the two argued with each other without a single word. Eventually, Iadakin won by turning off the lights and turning on the cheap projector hanging from the ceiling, and playing a safety video about paint that felt far too graphic for a school setting. I don't think I'll be able to eat barbecue for a while. Though defeated, Olivia crossed her arms and pounced in her seat. And that is why we won't be using any of the more exotic materials for projects, Miss Humphrey. Maybe I should have skipped breakfast today. I still don't see the problem. Once you've had all the proper safety handling course in the second semester, you'll be allowed to use oil-based paints. Until that time, however, all the assignments will require safer supplies. Now, since we pivoted to this, might as well finish the full video. The grumpy Gator holds a hand to her throat, mumbling to herself as she grabs a metal flask and drinks from it. The entire display from her was mystifying, at odds with how Ben and Liz described Olivia. In fact, it kind of reminded me of me. I can understand why. After all, Iadakin is letting Ben and I use some of his equipment in photography. That thrill of experimentation, of new possibilities. No doubt that it brings a creative sparkle to her eyes. Eyes that fill with pure malice as they glare daggers my way. Oh, was I staring? Oops. Before I could offer an apology, she already had her hands on the wheels. She rolls up to Iadakin's desk. He leans in forward intently. Can't make out anything that's said through the video, but going by the occasional glare back, it's not hard to imagine. Crap, I really didn't mean to offend. Iadakin notices I'm watching and motions for me to come forward. Slowly, I shift out of my seat and approach the desk. Alright, is something going on here? Iadakin speaks in a hushed tone, just loud enough for me to hear over the makeshift matinee. Olivia's telling me you're making goofy faces at her. No! I said he's been staring at me all through class! Huh? It's weird, like he's never seen someone like me. Can't you move him to a different seat? Now, hold on there a sec, Olivia. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm sure this is just a misunderstanding. Miss Iadakin! It's like she's a different person here. She fishes out a canteen of water and brings it to her mouth. You're given a lot of leeway when it comes to seat assignment, but asking for something like this? Just wanted to leave me alone. She sips again. What's this about? Well then, Inko, tell us. What's on your mind? Can't have disagreements between my classmates this early in the year? I'm confused. I didn't know there was any disagreements between us. Well, sometimes it's the little things you do that you don't even think about that affect people the most. Anything like that come to mind? I shake my head. Olivia's glare didn't diminish any away from my field of view. I mean, I've been curious about her since we sit next to each other, and I'm friends with some of her friends, but that's about it. We all sat at lunch yesterday. Yadaka nods to himself thoughtfully. Sounds like he just wants to hang out, Olivia. Her face scrunches at the mere thought. Not really interested. He's distracting me from classwork. Just want to watch the video without being gawked at. Sorry, didn't mean to. Does that resolve the issue for you, Olivia? No, I don't want somebody in this class. She goes to take another sip, but ends up turning the canteen upside down. All out. Olivia, you can go fill that up if you want. You won't be missing anything. The video's nothing you don't already know, I'm sure. Olivia eyes me suspiciously. Slowly moves out the door towards the nearest water fountain. Alright. He leans back in his chair with his arms resting behind his head. Nico, I told you yesterday that the air needs clearing to do it. That if the air needs clearing, to do it yourself. Now she's in a mood because you were staring at her like a weirdo. Or I thought you two would get along. She even gave you that sketch she made of you. Truthfully, I'm impressed. Here we are. What's going on, big guy? Again, I'm sorry. It's been a pretty busy few days. Yeah, I've got a new cool friend group, and we're all sitting together at lunch. Olivia's there, too. She didn't say much, but I got her soda, and don't know why she's so upset at me. It's nothing personally, but it's not. She's reticent, especially when it comes to change. If you're at her lunch period, too, I can see why she'd be wary of you. If you don't mind me asking, Mr. Yadakin? What? Why is she so open with you? How do you mean? Just now she spoke more in that conversation than all the other times I've seen her yesterday. I saw the canteen, figured it had something to do with her voice, but it's just surprising. Her water bottle's the other way around. It's unfortunate, but she rarely talks at all. And I guess she just really trusts me. I've known her since she was a freshman. She seemed to gravitate towards art and how I taught it, and soon enough, I took her under my wing. But she lives with Damien, right? It's the lunch table, and she barely talks to him. Poor kid. Hope he's doing alright. Seems to be alright, but yeah, she's distant to everyone else. So much I keep hearing weird things about her. Yadakin leans forward in his chair, suddenly attentive. Is this about you gossiping with Ben yesterday? A bit? He showed up to the table and said something about her being the same after she left. Welcome back. Probably some drama there, but I don't want to pry. He nods. But also, Liz said some weird things too. He stops nodding. I know of her. Something wrong? No, she just said I shouldn't get invested in being her friend. I was real weird about it, so I was curious for myself. Guess that's why I was looking at her weird. Sorry. Yadakin rubs his temples. It's worse than I thought. What is? I'll put it this way. You've met 3 people that know Olivia, other than me. Of the 3, only 1 thinks highly of her, and the other 2 start unloading drama on anyone that willing to listen. In this case, you. No wonder you're confused. I hadn't thought of it like that. I don't blame you. You shouldn't be involved in anything stupid. High schoolers, you know? I guess? Yadakin inhales, collecting his thoughts. Important question, then. Do you really want to be Olivia's friend? I mean, I guess. A judging eyebrow is raised my way. Are you really? Or are you just curious about her? seems pretty serious about this. Yes, no. Olivia returns to class and rolls right back up to the desk. Back. Have you changed his desk yet? Iadakin nudged his head towards me expectantly, prodding me on. Sorry I distracted you during class, Olivia. She looks to Iadakin and gets a similar nod. Sure? I mean, you're welcome. I thanks. Shit. But, no, really, I don't want to be distracted. Come on now, Olivia. The least you can do is give him another chance. You never know. I don't really want to know. I get he's, like, friends with Damien, but I don't really want to. You know, not in this class. I'd like to be your friend. She stops and raises an eyebrow. Lots of those going around recently. And she was expecting this response. She looks to Iadakin for help. Actually, Olivia, I think he'd make a good friend for you. What? His words were like a battering ram. I'm simply saying to give Inko here a chance. You can almost see the imaginary bulwark she hid behind slowly crumbling from what Iadakin was saying. You're both quite similar at heart, though you may have different methods. Perhaps you'll find some compromise behind cynicism and naivety if you work together. Finally, the last fragments of her imaginary fortress collapsed. Olivia can only look at her art teacher with timid confusion painted across her features. Well, I don't... Are you for real, Mr. Iadakin? I am. He's actually in another class of mine. I've seen him. He's passionate about his camera, like you are with a brush. And I do expect great things from him. Okay. Sorry, I really thought that... Oh! Oops, she accidentally bit her tongue. Her mouth is clamped shut. It's just my opinion. You can make your own choices about it. She nods furiously. Oh, movie's about to end. You two should get back to your seats. We good here? Olivia side-eyes me again and nods once more. All right. He motions for us to skedaddle. Olivia backs away to her spot. Thanks, Mr. Iadakin. For what? I just gave an opinion. I'm serious. It's up to you two to be if you want to be friends. Don't screw it up. He waves me off again. Gets up to flip the lights. Get back to my seat and stare absent-mindedly at the projected screen as I digest Iadakin's words. He said he'd only give his opinion, but it seems like he also gave me an opportunity to take the right steps in connecting with Olivia. And with what he said about her being passionate with a brush, it's gotten me even more curious about her artistic prowess. Speaking of home, I noticed that she's occasionally giving me a side-eye. Don't think she can see my eyes due to the dim light combined with my shades. She stares at me with a sense of strange curiosity, almost as if she's trying to get a read from my face alone. But from what I can tell by her facial cues, she seems confused and almost shaken up. It's like she wants to say something, but keeps on backing away at the last second. I guess her mind is also jostling around for Iadakin's words. Ah! Fuck! Our teacher flicks the light switch, and I feel my retina burn from the bright lamplights, even with my sunglasses. Alright, normally in your first week, we'd be doing something simple, like a color swatch wheel. However, I think you can all manage something a bit more advanced. The Gator girl's head whipped around at the word advanced. Whatever Olivia was thinking before regarding me seems to be forgotten, as she focuses almost entirely on the teacher. The fucking pterodactyl, that's who! Sorry, pteranodon, that's the correct term, right? Mr. Iadakin holds up a stack of paper for us to use. First things first, I'd like for you all to fill out these topic sheets, so that I know you understand how to safely handle oil-based paints. Last thing we need is another burnt-down classroom. The way Ian Atkins says those words makes me imagine some pretty horrible outcomes. Once you finish your sheets, bring them to me so I can review them. I'll be giving you the permission sheet after I know you lot won't set yourselves on fire or poison yourselves. The Allosaur guy in front of me hands back the stack. I take a page from it before handing the rest to the Diplo girl behind me. My eyes scan over the sheet. What grade of mask do snouts longer than 3 inches require? And the realization hit me. I didn't see the first half of the video. My eyes scan over the page, and I groan to see questions I've no answers for. All of them pertaining to dinosaur anatomy. The art teacher looks directly at me, then to the side. I tried to decipher his meaning, following his eyes. Oh. I turned my seat and leaned closer to Olivia. Hey, what? What now? What? What is it? I'm not gonna let you draw me. The hell? Looking at her paper, I see she's already answered the questions I couldn't. Showing my own page, tapping the upper section that was still blank. Olivia groans and looks at Iadakin pleadingly. All she gets for her troubles is a thumbs up. Fine. Here. She holds out her sheet for me. Wait, isn't this cheating? Your teacher wouldn't... When did he get to his desk? Why does he have a sleeping mask? If I look over the answers, I'll still learn the safety procedures. So, what's the difference in the end? That must be what he's thinking. That or he doesn't care. I copy the words from Olivia's sheet, doing my best to at least rephrase them. Some of my classmates are already walking up to Iadakin's desk. He's barely reading the pages, not even taking off the sleeping mask. Thanks, Olivia. Whatever. Olivia finishes her page in a few seconds and wheels herself to the desk too. I don't know why. I just don't trust Iadakin. I don't know why. That last answer I'm fairly confident on. Like what flashpoint means. I get up to go to Iadakin's desk and set my safety assessment down. Good. Here's your permission slip to use hazardous paints. Didn't even bother to look over my worksheet. He lifts the eye mask from his face and looks at me with one eye. What? Most of the stuff doesn't even apply to you, Inko. Just don't drink the paint and get it in your eyes and you'll be fine. Yes, Mr. Iadakin. Attaboy. Now go back to your desk and wait for class to end. The fact that he has to actually say that is a little upsetting at the intelligence of the other students. Tomorrow I'll be starting you all on something simple, like painting a cube or a ball. Yes, model dodgeball painting. The eye mask drops down and I return to my seat. Class clock reads 5 minutes until lunch. Olivia's back to leering at me. I consider what I should do or say, some sort of icebreaker. Mr. Iadakin said we're similar, and I could see some of what he means. But I'm a photographer, she's a painter. So a cubist and a dadaist walk into a bar. Have a good lunch now. The moment the bell rings, Olivia shoves most of her things into her backpack, not caring if her notebook gets crushed. When she zips up, she races out of the classroom. Guess she doesn't want to get caught in the chaos of the lunchroom stampede. Neither do I. I managed to avoid getting stuck in the frenzy by shuffling along the long way around the lunchroom. It's a bit longer, but at least there's less risk of getting used as an improvised meat club. Hey, why did I just go in through the courtyard? It's right next to the table. Damn it. Next time. Hey, is there a palm tree or something by the table now? Never seen one with a trunk that green. I get around to the last of the crowd and approach the table. Damien's here, chowing down on a sandwich stacked with various meats. My man's is a carnivore through and through. And like yesterday, Olivia's already at the table. Hey, Damien. You seen Liz? Thought she was joining us for lunch. Without a word, Damien points to the palm tree next to us. Oh crap, that's no tree. I look up to see Liz's head in the rafters, prodding at the vines on the ceiling. The ceiling was a lot lower in the computer lab, so I couldn't tell as easily, but that neck is long. Anyway. Hey Liz. Hey Eco! Couldn't see you from up here until I heard you. Guess I'll go ahead and get my food from the vending machines again. Making my way over to the vending machines, I did the same song and dance I did last time. Card swipe and a few button presses later earns me a couple cans of soda, 2 bags of chips, and a few candy bars. It's like when the teacher asked if you brought enough candy for everyone, only now it's true. I head back to our table, the bundle of foodstuffs in my makeshift pouch, and I distribute them. Olivia gets her share, but doesn't say anything. Oh, sweet! Oh, why thank you, Inko. Damien, if you would be so kind. Damien Pog! Damien Pog! Already on it. Damien cracks open a can of soda just as Liz lowers her head next to him. He's wearing a novelty soda cap. She's wearing a novelty soda cap. He then speed swaps the old can with the new one, almost like he's swapping wheels on a Formula 1 race car. Thank you. No problemo! Liz's head cranes back up to the top of the ceiling to continue eating the foliage. So, Nico, how's your day been good so far? Yeah, it's pretty decent, I'd say. Mostly looking forward to photography, since Ben will show me some good photo spots. Cool. Damien just nods as he continues to munch on his sandwich. I think he's zoned out about halfway through my sentence. Oh, and also, Liz helped me submit for my contest entry. Awesome! Can always rely on Liz to help you out. Flattery will get you nowhere, Damien. Just saying the honest truth. Liz entered the contest too, right? Everyone must be trying to win that cash prize. The money's okay. I'm sorry. Just Liz's head coming into frame is always going to be funny. Liz comes down again with a mouthful of leaves. Her hands hold up a tray with each segment filled with a different sauce. But the real prize is having your submission featured on the Sponsors magazine cover and in a featured article. How is she still articulate? You have any idea how great that looks on a resume? Heck, I could probably get a scholarship with that alone. Whoa, you really got all this planned out. What'd you submit? She takes a moment to swallow her salad and then shares a huge grin. I submitted my best digital art piece. Ooh, what is it? Here. The tray is set aside so she can bring out her phone to show Damien and me her entry. Oh yeah, Damien is 100% the jock of the group. We met him during gym class. And our gym teacher's a fucking Sasquatch. That, or at least early Cro-Magnon. It looks to be a village townhouse piece. Very rustic and classy. Looks pretty good. Yo, that's so cool! That looks so realistic. Thanks. It took me about a week to really blend some of the more fanciful elements into each other. I based off my grandfather's home from the old country. This is amazing! You can't even tell that the whole thing's digital art at all. Damien grabs a hold of Liz's phone and turns it towards Olivia. Hey, Olivia! She jumps up, having suddenly been made relevant to the conversation she was just spectating. What? I'm not giving these chips back, they're mine. Huh? I was just gonna show you Liz's entry. Olivia narrows her eyes and leans over to see the image on Liz's phone. She then looks up and gives Damien a quick nod before returning to eating her chips. Damien's smile falters at her minimal response. Though he's back to his usual grin as Liz takes back her phone. Wow, Liz. I didn't know you were so into digital painting. That looks great. You plan on being an artist after graduating? Aw, thanks. Well, no, I don't plan on being an artist per se. The plan is to be an antiques dealer, specifically with art. What's that mean? It means she buys the splattered canvases everyone uses for money laundering. Ah! That hurts. Har. No, it will be the real deal stuff. There's a real market out there for it. So I'm taking the AP business class and using the school's prestigious art program. That's actually why I picked this place out. There's a real elite section of graduates from here. Oh, you're the school treasurer too, right? Sure am. I'm doing everything to make sure I'm ready for the real deal. I do love painting, though. It's just not an ends to a means. Maybe that's why I want to get into trading. I can get the right people the right art they need. That's very thoughtful. Huh. I should start thinking of my future more. I wonder what Olivia thinks about this, if it even interests her. Damien's just exaggeratedly nodding his head up and down, and I don't know whether if he's agreeing with Liz or headbanging to some tune playing in his head. Damien is 100% this man is a himbo. He means well, he's sweet, but there is nothing going on in his head. He's got his favorite song on loop between his ears. I look to the side to see Olivia staring down at the chips bag, looking pensive. Guess I'm not the only one who's worried about the long-term plans after school compared to Liz. But we got the whole year still. What about you, Damien? Don't really have a big goal set. Only reason I'm going here is because it's the closest school to our home. Damien, you know I keep telling you to keep about planning ahead. I know. But I like keeping my options open. What are you doing so what are you doing in school? I just picked out any classes that seemed interesting to me. No, I gotta say, home economics is pretty fun. I get to make food in class and eat it too. For learning skills in a class like that, you'd be a perfect husband. Yeah! Wait, what? What? Oh, there she goes! But to get back to my point, that art contest. If I win and get that interview, it's an insane advantage. I'll say. By the by, Olivia, did you submit something for the art contest? Oh. She looks away, slightly deflated. No. Really? Oh, crap, I might have a chance then. Hey, Liz, that sounds a certain way. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. Olivia rolls her eyes and merely goes back to munching on her chips. Mr. Yadakin said you were really into painting, so I really like the portrait you made of me. Yo! Whoa! She what? Her suspicious leer is now replaced by a murderous glare. Yep. Lunch is the perfect time to eat my feet. I haven't actually seen any of her real work, only something she'd done out of boredom. Olivia's eyes close as she inhales deeply, the air of neutrality returning to her once she reopens them. She looks me up and down, as though something will be different this time. Can't. What's that mean? Besides, even if I could, they're going to be looking for the best artists here, so you gotta show that to them. So you gotta show that to them, how good your art is. But I don't want them to look at me and feel like they have to give me a reward and a pity. Damien's face is frozen mid-bite. His sandwich is losing its meat integrity by the second as his eyes flick between Olivia and I. I can practically hear the blaring alarm in his head as his brain catches fire, trying to connect the dots. I just want to be judged for my art, and not... Olivia struggles to formulate the next few words and lets out a weird sigh. It would just feel undeserved. How? Yeah, how? Damien, shish. Has that ever happened before? Do people really do that? You weren't there for it. Some losers used to even tell me to take advantage of it. Why not? That was a bad move. Dude, seriously? Why? So I'm constantly reminded of myself? So I can't separate myself from my work? So I can get complacent being worse, and so I can eventually rely on it? So the playing field can be even? That's a lot at once. I'm not even sure I got all that, but I definitely touched a nerve I shouldn't. No, sorry. No, sorry. Olivia brushes her hair down. Look, I don't want to get awards and praise I haven't earned. I'm seriously not that good. I really wouldn't win. She sighs and takes a long sip of cola. Can I see some of your work? No. Man, she really shouldn't have put herself down like that. I get it. A lot of students are crazy. A lot of students here are crazy good at art. Some are probably better now than I'll ever be, and they're just starting. It's pretty scary to think about. Oh no, Ingo. I mean, like that landscape of the city near the principal's office. Landscape? Hold on, I took a shot of it. It's a bit tough getting my camera out now with all the books I need for class in the way. I lay out the contents of my backpack, taking my treasured DSLR out last. After finding the shot in question in the menus, I turned the display towards everyone so they can see the glamour shot. A freshman made that painting. Just from looking at it, I can see why it won first place. I drew that. Oh. Her name's on it, isn't it? My brain finally makes the connection with the signature on the mural. That was you? Is that much of a shocker to you? No, quite a bit. Yeah, it looks amazing. I mean, it's whatever. I had to have the dumb guide help me out, so it isn't like I was the one who did it all. So when you say you can't enter, is it because you won once already? Yeah, basically. She looks away from us, eating her chips in silence. I heard the expression of being one's worst critic. I'd never expect Olivia to kick herself this hard. I'm mentally kicking myself thrice for just thinking that last part. What, something wrong, Liz? Did she bite her tongue or something? Why is she imitating one of those pitcher plants right now? Liz? What's with the look, long neck? Just surprised to see you in better spirits is all. You're making it weird. Don't make it weird. Yeah, it's been ages, Olivia. To think that a randy like Inky here got you to open up and just like this in just 2 days. He gestures to me. What'd you do, man? The girl in question freezes, Damien's thoughtless comments having thrust her into self-awareness. And she just leaves. Olivia, wait! She's gone. Well, she did give a warning. Yeah. I was just excited. She was making good progress. The rest of lunch we spent trying to talk about Liz's art process. Damien looked like he wanted to try and bring Olivia back into the conversation, but no one had any idea where she had gone. Still, a part of me thinks she wants to talk. So why doesn't she? Sadly, a question for another time, as Olivia's departure seems to signal the end of lunch. Liz and Damien wave goodbye, leaving me to clean up the trash from the table, including everything I removed from my backpack. Damn it! Photography class comes and goes. Since we're partners, Iadakin gives Ben and I the green light to walk around the campus. Ben shows me around his prime photo spots and such, and as such, becomes my impromptu tour guide. Progress is not a straight line. It is a very bumpy and curvy staircase. It is a winding path full of pits and mountains. It's crazy. And Sometimes you really shouldn't bring up people's progress, because then they shut down. Ben shows me around his prime spots and such, and as such, becomes my impromptu tour guide. It's actually pretty neat to see the parts of the school that I haven't explored yet until now. Places like the music hall and the recreational pool were most interesting to see. Currently at the courtyard, Ben points out the views of the outer landscapes around the school. No wonder why Ben was eager to show me these views. These views are impeccable. But while he was explaining the image he had in his head, my mind still wanders back to Olivia. I wonder what I did to make her express herself so much. Inko! Huh? What? I was asking if you'd be available sometime during the weekend to take photos. Oh, I'm free on Saturday. Excellent. We can meet up back here. Sounds good. As we head back to class, I begin to think if there's something I can do in history. Back in history class, Miss Prockling continues to prattle on about, and after a final offensive that left the entire city of Trisoptis destroyed, the Chthonian hegemony was defeated, bringing an end to their crimes against both Dino and humankind. With that, the Dino-Human War came to an end, and peace was finally declared after 10 years of strife. Of course, there was the matter of rebuilding and dousing all the fires still burning, as well as what to do with all the bodies. Yawn. I should probably care more about Prockling's lectures, since history has extremely strong cultural connotations, but man, is it boring! I think that's the joke. Ahead of me, Olivia has returned to her default sullen, deflated gloom. She's not glaring back at me, so she's probably over whatever that was. Or she still doesn't know I'm here. Boy, will that be entertaining to see. Assuming I don't end up with a mechanical pencil jammed through a lens. The other students are similarly bored, only occasionally marking down something whenever it sounds like it'll be on a review sheet at the end of the week. There is, of course, no more note passing today, as Prockling's effusion yesterday will still be on their minds. There won't be any more chances given, and even though she doesn't seem threatening on her own, the consequences would be dire. Yeah, she's got the gym teacher on speed dial, and he can peg you with a dodgeball from the 2 floors up. Especially if she can call Sully over like our own personal enforcer. There's simply no getting around it. This is a period we'll all have to sit through. And there isn't even any solidarity to be had in our shared misery. It's simply the reality of high school history class. The only saving grace is that she isn't stalking around the room looking for us to do something wrong. Instead, we're being lectured at. My hand mechanically copies down whatever she's written on the board. And while I should be paying attention to what Miss Prockling is saying, I'm more than certain that we'll be reading the exact same things from our heavy textbook. So my eyes wander away from her to the board to scan over my peers, all equally bored and feigning interest. Eventually, there's a bit of movement ahead of me. What's she up to now? Olivia folds a sheet of notebook paper back and forth discreetly, creating a deep crease. Then she licks her finger and runs it along the crease and gently pulls. The paper rips along the seam silently. Is she really risking it? What she even got to gain? It's just a note-passing game. Maybe she feels bad because she got caught yesterday? Oh boy. Olivia passes the note to her left. The student next to her raises an eyebrow, but surprisingly takes the note, and immediately passes on without looking at it. One by one, my classmates pass the note along to the next. Nobody dares open the note and write something in. I surreptitiously track the note to the corner of my eye, in the corner of my eye as it makes its circuit around the room. Thankfully, Miss Progling's eyes are focused on the board when I feel a tap on my shoulder. I reach for my ear as if to give it a scratch, and the folded paper is pushed into my waiting fingers and against my ear. As I feel an edge grind against my earlobe and chew my lip to keep a hiss of pain contained. Probably unintentional, but a paper cut still stings bad, especially on a fleshy part. My fingers toy with the bundle of paper now at my desk. No one else had bothered with it. I wouldn't exactly call it an empty canvas, but there could be potential here. There's a crumpling noise beneath my fingertips. Must have unfolded it while I was thinking. Looking at the sole doodle on the sheet, I see a pretty simple rat drawing with a realistic hand next to it, giving it a thumbs up. There's plenty of space this time. And Progling's preoccupied at the front. I doubt she'd even notice. The temptation is there, making my fingers itch at it, finally getting a real chance to do something fun with this sleep-inducing class. In fact, I have the perfect idea in mind to catch Olivia's attention. If that doesn't ruin everything, that is. She's not uncompassionate, but Miss Procling has a lot less tolerance for horseplay in her class. You probably wouldn't get another chance. Going by Coach Sully's one-chance policy, now these guys aren't even considering playing along, I bet it really wouldn't be pretty. Kind of makes me concerned for Olivia. I could just hold on to the note and give it back after class. Heck, Olivia would never even know. I don't think she even knows that I'm in this class. Draw the Gator girl on a half pipe. Hold on to the sheet until after class. Oh, I don't know. Okay, hold on. We're saving. We're drawing the Gator girl. We're saving and we're drawing the Gator girl on a half pipe. What's life without a little bit of risk? I wait for Miss Procling to start a new tangent to make sure I have enough time. She just said something about middle single continent movement. Time to move. This is going to basically be a stick figure, but it's just a doodle. If only you could doodle a photograph. Not sure what I mean by that. I also don't know how to draw a wheelchair. In the end, it looks more like an abstract depiction of a bow-legged T-Rex than what I wanted. Oops. It'll have to do. I check it over one last time, as if I had the conceptualization to improve it. Oh well. I pass the note forward, careful not to notify the teacher. Olivia takes the note over her shoulder, once more not checking it. She seems to deflate a bit on opening the note, probably because of all the blank space. It doesn't look like she recognizes whatever I did either. Maybe I should talk about it with her after class? I don't know. Seems like an okay thing to do. She just passed the note again. What? Once more, the process of students taking the note and passing it along without looking at it. Although this time it's a little more collectively annoyed. Probably won't go around again. Why the heck would Olivia send the note around again? Nobody's going to change their mind and draw something now. Is it desperation? Thoughtlessness? Whatever it is, the note's coming my way again. Once I take it, I confirm that yes, once again, nobody else has written anything. Or there's a new doodle of a rat with a flamethrower from Olivia. Cute. Alright, guess this time I'll draw... How about adding myself to this sketch of the half pipe? This time I can depict myself as a stick figure. No use trying to go outside my skill level for a note-passing game. Simple enough to do. Maybe include my sunglasses. Yeah, I'm liking this. Maybe I should also make sure Miss Procling isn't looking my way. Yeah, she's not right now. I'm in luck. Alright, time to pass this on. Pass the note forward once more. Olivia pinches the note between two fingers, still not looking back. I keep saying that, but I guess it's not weird. Why would you look back in that situation? Inko's great. I love this game is fantastic. It's so well written. She checks the note and looks a bit down again. She glances to the corner I've drawn in. I nearly fall out of my seat for the sudden loud noise. There's a moment of unwavering silence before a voice speaks up. Miss Halford? The girl in question shrinks in her seat in embarrassment. Sorry, Miss Prockling, I saw a spider. Miss Prockling simply sighs, muttering to herself and turning her attention back to writing more notes on the board. She turns her head back slowly, just enough to be able to make eye contact with me. While she eyes me with judging contempt and curiosity, I see her hand is tenderly massaging the tip of her tail. Looking at the floor, I think she managed to chip the linoleum. Jesus! I mean, then again, she is a gator. Those things... Gator tails are fucking crazy strong. As soon as Prockling turns around to continue teaching, Olivia scribbles something down. She turns to look at me once more, hesitating, then flips the note in my direction. It completely misses me. I try to catch it midair, but end up slamming my face onto my desk to get it. Bah! What was that noise? I palm the note into my sleeve and strain to keep my injured eye open. The teacher probably meant the foot stomping. I found that spider, Miss Prockling. The teacher grimaces. That better be cleaned up by the end of the class then, Mr. Nito. Yes, ma'am. I breathe a sigh of relief as my excuse weathers Mrs. Prockling's stare. She turns a few pages in the textbook lying on her desk, instructing the class to do the same as she searches for something. She's distracted. I can finally see what Olivia drew. There's now a surprisingly detailed dodgeball whizzing towards my stick figure's head. I want to be upset, but I find myself admiring the motion lines. Seriously, she should be an animator. I'm all over what to do, said Lon, giving the large rat sunglasses as well. A few seconds later, he looks twice as cool as before. I look up to Olivia, pondering how to get it back to her when a sinister idea comes to mind. Her hood hangs open as it rests on her back. It's a tough shot, but... Bingo! Olivia scratches the back of her neck and finds the note. She looks back with squinted eyes, judging my intent and scanning me for foul play. She mouths something at me, a question, I think. But I'm not the most apt lip reader, especially when said lips are thrice as long as a human's. She unfolds the page, and seconds later, she's already added a new sketch and folded it up. The note lands neatly on my desk this time, and I expect the latest edition. More rats doing decidedly non-rat activities. Let's go! What'd she think of a cat this time? We continue passing the sheet back and forth, adding new sketches and adding to others. My finger's starting to tire when Miss Prockling addresses Olivia. Alright, Miss Alfred, you may leave now. Everyone else may take the last 5 minutes to start on your homework. Olivia takes her time to pack away her supplies, occasionally glancing my way. Gone is the paranoia. It's now just plain confusion. As if I wouldn't play the doodle game thing with her. As she wheels out of the room, I notice her eyes still on me. I give her a wave goodbye, and she seems shocked by that, turning her head and finally passing through the doorway. Right then. Homework. Ah, crap. It now occurs to me that a pretty good reason the teacher doesn't want us There's a pretty good reason why the teacher doesn't want us slacking off during class. For the last 5 minutes, I tried to speed read the second chapter in its entirety. Failing to get any good information to use for today's homework, I resolved to just check online for a lecture that's not as boring. Maybe one with some good animation, even. When the rest of us are finally excused, I realize I've still got the page full of doodles. Considering all the stuff on it, it felt like a waste to just toss it away. I decide to keep it, slipping it into one of my binder's extra plastic sleeves. With everything safely in place, I shoulder my backpack and exit the room. Man, now I get why Olivia gets to leave some classes early. The halls are so packed and chaotic once class ends. I always end up being pushed around by rowdy students heading towards their next classes. Once school ends, it's even worse. When I saw it yesterday, it was something else. The word riptide comes to mind. I ended up just waiting for a few minutes for the flow to die down. I too wish to hug that gator. Yeah, it's also a pun, because, wani is Japanese for, alligator, so... It's like that's just going to be my routine now. I passed by a few more art displays on my way to the stairs back down to the first floor. This isn't the art wing, but there's still a bunch of displays up. Maybe there simply isn't enough space. Something presses into my chest and lurches me to a stop. It's Olivia, holding an arm out to stop me. She's still staring up at me, though less suspiciously. Her jaw's open, but no sound comes out. She realizes her hand is still out and retracts it awkwardly. Indecisively darting between her hoodie pocket and her armrest. Is she expecting something? Oh, the note, maybe. Hey, you could have told me. Huh? That you were in Miss Brockton's class, too. You could have mentioned that. Sorry, guess I was sort of aiming for a dramatic reveal back there. She brushes her tail aside. Well, whatever. Later, I guess. Why did you stop me out here? She stops her chair mid-turn, with gray eyes contemplating the dirty floor. I don't really get you. Olivia's eyes turn back to me, and now I can see the nervousness in her pupils. Why do you care? Why indeed? Well, I guess the main reason is I want to be friends. With me, though? Sure. Those tiny movements, in which I saw the Gator Girl hyper-animate, come to mind. And I can't help but smile. Those small shows of just genuine feelings. Bad joke, no! I think Mr. Yadakin was right, honestly. Olivia hums in disagreement, finally turning away. Ah, crap, maybe that was too forward of me. I swing my backpack around so I can reach inside it. I still have that note. Note? What, with the doodles from class right now? Why? Just figured you'd want it. It was fun filling it out and all. Just as I'm about to pull out my binder, the Gator Girl looks back at me and shakes her head. It's just doodles. You can throw it out. Keep it. If it's so important. For the briefest second, I saw her mouth form a tiny smile. But now she's back to looking neutrally at... Huh. Didn't notice the school had elevators. Why don't more people use it? She flashes a key from her pocket. So it's a part of her accommodations. That makes sense. By now, the hallway is cleared up a bit. Elevator arrives and Olivia rolls in. She moves her arm to press the button and jams the key into some slot. What's to look for? You coming? Oh, okay. I slide beside Olivia just before the door closes. It's probably safe to catch your foot and just reopen, but man, this thing is ancient. There's an inspection certificate lazily plastered above the door from this side. It's covered in coffee stains and other signs of age. Is this thing really safe? Olivia shrugs. What's the worst that could happen? Our legs break? She eyes me with a smirk. This may have been a mistake. Junk. My heart drops as the space around me seems to drop for a split second. The sound of the worn-out elevator mechanics fills the cramped space. Yeah. How slow is this thing? I look over to Olivia, see she uses this thing daily, so it's normally Surely it normally runs smoother. Her mouth hangs slightly open in an amused grin, watching my sudden onset claustrophobia. Relax, dude, this is normal. Alright, this is normal. This thing jostling around like it's going to drop us at any second is completely normal. When we reach the bottom, the doors clunk open and I practically fall out. Olivia casually rolls from behind. Somehow I sense with a degree of superiority. Anyway, see you later. Oh, yeah, see ya. Olivia rolls around a corner, and I'm left on my lonesome. My senses return to me, and I start making my way to the metro station. As I make the journey home, it strikes me how much progress I've made with Olivia. It's definitely still in its awkward phase. Yoli with the raid! I hope you're all ready to hug a gator, because that's what we're aiming for. Always good to have you guys here. Yeah, we hugging gators. Or we're gonna be trying to hug gators. It's definitely still in its awkward phase, but I can see that she's opening up little by little. And it's starting to become amusing to seeing her get confused by my friendly gestures. All in all, I got a pretty good feeling about this. Liz and Ben were sure overreacting, though. I'll be sure to tell them all about it. A week into September has come and gone, and I'm finally feeling acclimated to St. Hammond. Things have been going pretty smooth lately, if I do say so myself. Over the past week or so, I've been getting more and more used to my new friends, learning new quirks of them daily over lunch and in our classes. Like Olivia's penchant for tail whips. Just gonna save real quick. As I sit on the metro to school, my foot comes up to the prod at the tender spot on my shin. I also learned not to borrow Olivia's stuff without asking. She usually tries to keep to herself, even when we're partnered up, but I do my best to play nice. Not to say she's being rude or anything, just quiet. More and more, I kind of figured that part of her silence was just nerves. Accepting that silent facet, I think we found some small understanding between us. Enough that I think she's starting to see me as a friend now. Among other things, Damien and Liz have given me their numbers. Or rather, Damien gave me both his and Liz's number. At first I thought Liz would be mad that Damien basically doxed her, but she didn't seem to mind when he explained his reasons. I also got Ben's number since he figured we'd be doing a lot more team projects in photography class. My eyes roll over the past messages from my new friends. I become so engrossed in rereading them that I nearly missed the announcement of my stop. I scrambled to get off the metro, the closing doors just catching my jacket and forcing me to yank it out before I dragged down the tracks. I'm not going to let that bring my mood down, though. It's Friday, meaning that after today comes the weekend. Yeah, gators give great mouth hugs. Just, don't let it drag you into the water. It's a quick walk from the station, and I can see the school enter my field of view now. The school looks completely barren. Is it closed? Weird. I look around at some of the small stores that surround the school, the ones that are usually staffed by student workers. They're also empty. One of them has lights on, but it looks like the manager's looking over some paperwork inside. I don't recall any announcement about a holiday today. And while I admit I'd forgotten what day it was in the past, I'm almost certain it's Friday. So where is everyone? Maybe the entryway to the school is barren. The door probably won't even open. Yep. Hello? I dance a bit in front of the camera watching the door. It does not respond. You know what? Damien would know what's going on. I flip through my contacts and find Damien's number. Put the phone to my ear and pray that he picks up. After a minute or so of waiting, the dial tone cuts off and is replaced by Damien's voice. Yo, what up, Nico? Hey, Damien. I'm at the school right now, and it looks like no one's here. Know what that's about? Oh, what do you... There's a brief pause on the other end of the line. Oh! Didn't you hear? Hear what? Today's the last warm day of the season, so everyone's celebrating. Celebrating? Yeah, we're actually having a cookout at my place today. Say, you want to come over? Well, yeah, it's a Dilophosaurus. The generous but spontaneous offer causes me to hesitate for a moment to respond. Thanks for the offer, Damien, but it's alright. I wouldn't want to intrude on your guys' party. What? It's no big deal, dude. It's no big deal at all, dude. My folks enjoy the company, and there's going to be plenty to eat, too. Plus, Olivia's here as well. I weigh my options. Either go to the party, or I could just take the metro back home and sit in my room doing nothing. Inky, you still there, buddy? Yeah, still here. It was just clearing my schedule. You sure it won't be an issue? Of course not, amigo. Friend of mine is a friend of the family. Well, all right then. Nice. I'll text you the address. See you soon, compadre. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'll leave you with chill music until then. Alright, sorry about that. With that, the call ends, and not a few seconds later, then I get a text notification. D-Man. 61-193 Crichton Road. Go the long way around the neighbor doesn't chain his dog, lol. I copy and paste the address into my Gruggle maps, and... Looks like Damien lives pretty close to the school. As he has said repeatedly. Of course, it's a little longer taking Damien's instructions, but I'm not about to try out running a loose dog with my physique. Well, better make my way over then. Six one one 61109, 61191. Ah, here it is. 61193. The house looks standard for a house in this neck of the woods neighborhood. It's a one-story, but it looks pretty spacious. Definitely a family house. I walk up the stone step path to the front door and ring the bell. The grocery bag wrapped around my fingers is starting to chafe a bit. I could have come right away, but it felt bad coming over empty-handed. So I got something for the party. A simple salad bowl from one of the local stores on the way over. It doesn't seem like much, but as my mom taught me, it's courteous to come to the party with something. Actually, I realized how ill-prepared I looked for an end-of-summer celebration. With Damien mentioning pool, everyone must be either wearing casual clothes or swimwear. Meanwhile, here I am looking overly formal. Not like I could have thought to bring swim trunks to school. The door swings open and out steps Damien. Nico. Wow, man, you're crazy early. And you've come bearing gifts. Yep, here I am. Didn't want to come empty-handed, so I stopped by the store and got a salad. Ah, you didn't have to, dude. Seriously, though, you really didn't have to. My family and I are carnivores. But, you know, thanks. Still, it's like not even 10, man. Oh, you didn't give me a time, so... Nah, that's fine, man. Still, since you're here already, come on in. Well, don't I feel silly? Damien still accepts the grocery bag and chucks it off to the side somewhere. Come on, everyone's out back right now. He turns back, making for a sliding door on the opposite end of the house. Pretty sure I had a friend who had a house like this. Following after, I barely have time to take in what I think is the living room and dining room. There's a number of toys strewn about, foam dart guns, loose game controllers. Damien opens the glass door and gives me a small push out of the house. Hey everyone, we got a guest already! Stepping out onto a wooden deck, I'm surprised to see a pool and yard. To the left of me is what looks to be an older, heavier set version of Damien. Well, howdy there! Hello sir, I'm Inca. He shifts his barbecue tongs from his right hand to his left so that he can shake my hand. Randy Payne! You can just call me Randy, though. I hide the grimace as we shake hands, feeling what I'm guessing is a very sticky marinade and I'm looking to my palm. Didn't think someone would come this early. I just finished getting the good stuff all sauced up. As soon as he lets go, he focuses back on the piles of different meats heaped up next to the grill. My man Randy knows what's good. The man is a grilling machine. You can tell by how he is dressed. Look at that Hawaiian shirt. The Hawaiian shirt, the khaki shorts. The man knows how to work a barbecue. Meanwhile, I grab some nearby napkins to wipe the sauce from my hand. Oh, what's on the menu? Let's see here. We got brisket, flanks, ribs, sirloin, tenderloin, top sirloin, bottom sirloin, rounds, and shanks. It's a lot of cow. All marinated with my special mix of wet rub and dry rub seasoning. Oh, wow, that's a lot, Sir Randy. Yeah, me, Damien, and Soph will be doing it in shifts. If you're interested, I'll let you lend a hand too, if the missus doesn't rope you into carrying us too much around. Sure, sounds fun. No, I've never actually grilled before. It's not too tough, you'll see. Now that I'm here, I can finally ask Damien the question that's been on my mind. So, I've been curious this whole time. What exactly is this celebration anyway? Oh yeah, I haven't told you yet. Well, you see, before Damien can properly explain, a motherly voice cuts him off. Damien, sweetie, you shouldn't keep your baby brother waiting any longer. At the mention of a younger sibling, a tiny Damien clone jumps over the deck railing and acid punch! Oh God, why? Why? Vinny! Look, bro, just like for Power Raptors. I told you I could do it. I am so sorry, Inko. Vincent! This is why I don't want you watching those violent shows. The younger Dino isn't listening. He's already run off to find another victim. You alright? Yeah, I'm fine. Was that really acid? No. But here, you should wipe that off. Now. I take the towel handed to me and wipe off the splotch on my pants where Vincent had punched me. Dilophosaurus spit only gets more acidic after they reach puberty. I begin to rub away the spittle from my pants and with a bit more urgency. Thankfully, he's more man than his mother. Otherwise, you'd need a new pair of pants. Wait, is that an actual thing? Randy laughs. So, you must be Damien's new friend from school. Indeed I am. Damien's mom's head pops up at the side of the deck with a tired smile. Hello, ma'am. Thank you for having me. Oh my God, you're right! It is! I'm just seeing it! How am I not... Newman! And of course his name's Randy. Oh my fucking God. Randy Newman, who looks exactly like Dennis from Jurassic Park. How did I not see that the first time? What? That's hilarious! Oh, I didn't know we'd have guests so soon. I wish I would have cleaned up more. You can just call me Sophia, dear. Speaking of school, Damien tells me that you were there. Why'd you be going there of all days? Honestly, I didn't even realize today was a holiday. I usually mark them on my calendar, but must have flown over my head. It's no worries then. It's mainly us dinos who celebrate it. Yeah, Damien told me about it, but I'm not sure I fully understand. In any case, I'd be glad to clue you in. It's called Summer's End, as today marks the last warm day of the season. After this, fall and winter start rolling in. Huh, interesting. Well, this probably makes me sound stupid for asking, but how come you celebrate it? To simply put, the cold might be manageable for warm bloods, but for us reptiles, it's no bueno. So we spend the last day soaking in the sun and enjoying warm weather before it starts getting chilly. Ah, that makes sense. Next thing you know, everyone's wearing extra layers and putting up the heat lamps. Though it apparently used to be Ice Age levels of frigid back in my granddad's age. So I guess we can consider ourselves lucky. Otherwise, we'd be nothing but a couple of popsicles with our tails for sticks. The patriarch lets out a laugh that's as infectious as his son's. He whips a tear from his eye as he goes back to flipping the meat on the grill. Anywho, we're gonna start cooking up the food, so make yourself comfy. Thank you, sir. I mean, Randy. While Damien's dad attends to the grill, I move over to the banister overlooking the pool. It's filled with a couple aquatic toys and air-filled floaties. Man, I wish I had a pool like my place had a pool. Well, I do have extra jeans at home. Ruining one pair wouldn't be a huge issue. Now, on second thought, it'd be really annoying to deal with drying off and going home. I wonder how deep... Ah! Ah! The hell are you doing here? I was invited! Focus on her face, not the other things. The heck are you doing here? I live here, moron. Crap, right. Damien even told me that on the way. Anyways. No, really, why are you here? Nobody was at school when I got there. Huh? Yeah, check the doors and everything. They announced the holiday yesterday in homeroom. Didn't you hear it? That's what Liz said over the PA yesterday? I thought that was the school's anthem or something. Oh, no wonder everyone was staring as I saluted. Must have not been paying attention. But yeah, Damien asked what was up. He said there's some event going on and invited me. Olivia sinks a bit into the water, actually. Stupid question, but are you really okay to swim? There's that glare again. Of course, why wouldn't I be? You know, thankfully she gets what I'm saying. Sorry. She simply rolls her eyes. Ah, Olivia's fluent in sass. I like it in the water. Kinda wish I knew about all this earlier. I'd have brought my trunks. Ew, no, I'm not sharing my pool with you. What? Why not? Instead of answering me verbally, Olivia tail whips some water at me like a large wave. Yo, Eco, come check this out! Olivia takes the opportunity to slink back into the water. I think she's doing a weird version of a dead man float. Well, whatever. What's Damien yelling about? Yeah, Damien? Well, first, my little bro has something to say to you. Sorry for giving you an acid punching key. Looks like he taught his younger sibling about my nickname, too. It's alright, Vinny! Vinny extends his hand for a handshake, though it's obscured by his sleeves. And secondly, we need a few chairs out here. We got some folding ones, but also need some from the kitchen. Got it. For cheap wood, not really all that heavy. After the chairs, we can do the table together. I'm gonna be pissed if that got dropped. Why? It's the only one we got. After everything's set, we can play something fun. Okay, little man? Vincent grins and bolts back toward the house. Damien chuckles, and we both follow after the kid. Vinny's adorable. That's just cute. That's all. Ah! The table drops a few inches. We were able to lift it with a hard crash back onto the tile. I'd be worried about the cracks, but the floor is already pretty shattered for me. Around here from the ears. This table must actually be their gold storage, and just painted to look like wood. That's the only explanation. We catch our breaths and give our strained muscles a moment to relax. Why can't Olivia help us? She's super strong. Olivia's enjoying herself in the pool, bro. We don't want to ruin her time. Her chair thing has wheels. We can use that. I think it might be a bit small. Oh, no fair. She's gonna go to her room soon. Why can't she help? Hey, come on. Not in front of any guests. Yeah. It's true though. You don't know that. Come on. The Damien mini-me pounce. Yeah, I think I got a better grip on the table. Let's try one more time. Okay, I'm ready. 1, 2. Wait. Huh? What's up? Oh. Mom must have been talking about the plastic table from the garage, not the dining room table. You're right. What? Guess we gotta haul this thing back into the dining room, fellas. How can a man with actually no facial features be this expressive? Great. After getting the suspiciously heavy table back inside, Damien and I carry the much lighter plastic one out the door. As I catch my breath, I notice the younger dinosaur is gone. Maybe he ran off to do something else. Either way, I guess now's the time to ask. Hey, Damien? Yeah? What was that about Olivia going to her room? You can't convey his emotions with a helmet on. I'll never let them live that down. Huh? Oh, sorry, yeah, An awkward silence fills the air for a few moments. It's just... She doesn't really stick around for family events like this is all. Regular introvert stuff, you know? It's no big deal. And your parents are okay with that? Why wouldn't they be? She's her own person. Right. She usually makes appearances for food, though. Hey, speaking of food, want to check on the grill? Why? There's no way the food is done by now. Oh yeah, I just like the smell. Yeah. Alright then. Sweet, let's go. As we make our way over to where Damien's dad is manning the grill, I catch a whiff of the spices and marinades applied to all the meat. Sophia's accompanying him, helping to place the meat on the grill. How's it coming along, Pops? You making them how I like them? You know it, son. Have a look for yourselves. He steps aside and lets us gaze at the variety of barbecue set over the flames. The smell of it cooking, and the symphonic sizzling sound as my mouth watering in seconds. Good, right? I'll say. Randy uses a pair of tongs to grab a piece of steak that looks halfway cooked. The secret is that you gotta let these babies have some time to get seared on each side. That way it really hones in the flavors. Whoops. There's a bout of silence between everyone as we stare down at the piece of meat on the floor. Hey, it's not too ruined. Hey, Olivia, you want it? A pair of eyes appear over the edge of the pool. Sure, toss it in. What's this now? Randy proceeds to chuck the steaks right into the water, as one would do with chum to attract fish. Jeez! Anywho, since you're our first guest, Nico, you get the honor of getting choice picks. Which one do you want first? I don't want to impose or anything. Nonsense! Besides, better get your picks in now before the other guests arrive later. Hey, think of it as payback for all the soda and chips you've been getting us. Come again? Well, I guess a burger is more convenient. I don't get to attend a family barbecue every day. Excellent choice, Inko. Want it rare, medium rare, or well done? Hey, Inko, go for the rare. Damien licks his lips as he says that. Rare? What the? Oh, carnivores, right. I'm pretty sure a raw burger would kill me. I'll take my burger well done. Yeah, I'm sure you'll want ketchup with it too, huh? Come on, Damien. One well done burger coming up. Yeah, I'm not gonna take any chances. Just saying you're missing out, amigo. Yeah, I'm pretty sure your mother was just messing with him. Yeah, I'm pretty sure your mother was just messing with him. We'd never serve that sort of thing to a guest. There's no way we could afford the suit. Mr. Randy lets out a hearty guffaw as he lefts the burgers onto his grill. Never had lefts used in that way. It's alright, son. Though I may not look it, Vulcanera has its share of humans. From what I know, you guys can eat just about anything, right? Raw meat aside. I mean, yeah, I guess. It must be nice to be able to just grab whatever's on sale at the market. Meat prices these days are getting pretty crazy. I've seen some synthetic meat around. That might be cheaper. Why not try it out? I have made a mistake. The grill! The fucking grill! Sorry. There's one taboo I stumbled into head first. Noted. I, better change the subject before things get any more awkward. So, hey, Damien! Been curious this whole time. What exactly... I keep doing it! What exactly is this summer's end celebration anyway? Didn't my dad tell you earlier? It's the last warm day of the year or whatever. Yeah, I get that part, but why is it a holiday? That. Actually, I don't really remember either. Guess I should have been paying more attention at school. It's a bit concerning he doesn't know much about his own culture he's currently celebrating. Actually, it probably doesn't even need a reason. Why would you? It's just the last one day of the year. Any excuse for get-togethers is fine in my book. The kid flumps down hard on the grass in the only way children can without shattering something. And we don't gotta go to school. It's nice and warm, and we get to eat real good. I think those Mayans had the right idea. Vinny! Mayans, yeah? Hey, Inko, are you a Alright, it's about ready. About time the guest showed up too, isn't it? It should be here any minute. Oh, Olivia. Across the yard, Olivia contentedly drifted in the middle of the pool. Though a look came across her face upon hearing Damien's mom, and she began paddling towards the raised deck. Are you going in soon? You going in so soon? Yeah? You sure you don't want to wait until the others get here? Yeah, wait till the food's ready so we can all eat together. I'd rather not. I just have a lot of art stuff I have to do. Sorry. Damien's little brother steps out from the small deck. But you said we'd play sometime today. She tries to back her uncertain tone up with a shaky smile. Maybe later, Vinny. Have fun? She lifts herself in the pool and kneels atop her chair. I'm confused at how her legs work, but my best guess is that perhaps they only do above the knees. Turning about, her hand carefully set her feet down on the chair's footrests. Fully settled into the chair, Olivia rolls herself to the sliding back door of the house. I think the table is just about set. Now we really are just waiting for the others. Damien, has your friend texted you at all? Yeah, Liz said she'd be here about now. Oh, it's Liz. Nice. She's bringing her uncle, too. Oh, snap! That's nice! I'll bust out the brewskis then! In fact... Damien shields his eyes and looks upward behind me. I turn too, but at this angle I can't see anything. Yeah, they're in the front yard. I'll go get them. Damien rushes through the back door into the house. A moment later, he emerges again, as if to show off the new guests. Come on, don't make it weird. Hi, everyone. Oh, Inko, you're here. Yeah, I got roped in. Come on, Uncle Mike, through here. Hey, now, I'm not that old. Oh! Well, that's certainly something. He was not about to ask him if he was a Virgo. Oh, believe me, I know. That is not what I told him to get. Hey, Michael! Randy, how have you been? Two pat each other's backs and give a firm handshake. Doing good, doing good. How about yourself? What's with the ridiculous getup? Is it Mardi Gras? No, nothing like that. Just been trying to relate a bit more to the younger generation recently. Seems we're just too different these days and all. Ah, come on, leave that stuff to the kids. Then he sees me. Huh. Mr. Ferris? You know him. Yeah, we've met. He takes the same train as me. He's been helping me out. Recommended I try this chain out. Liz jerks her head in my direction furiously. I'm gonna get it later. Ha! Really? Oh god, really ready that handshake right now. I think he popped all of my bones at once. Ow. The food will be ready soon. Inko, your turn on the grill. Oh, yeah, don't worry, kid. All you gotta do is keep an eye on the meat and make sure they don't catch fire. Damien's father leaves after I nod. The rest, too, heading toward Damien, Vinny, and I, would set the chairs and table. Turn to the grill with a grimace. I swallow my nerves and take up the tongs. Right, nothing to worry about. Okay, nothing bad so far. Hey, ah! Oh, sorry. Hey, Liz, what are you doing here? Everyone else is talking about Randy's cooking, and I figured I'd see what's on the menu. What do you think I'm doing? Why on earth are you getting my uncle to dress like he's going to be in a music video? He asked for help. You thought that was a good idea? Yeah, he just didn't take it right. Across the yard, Vinny's jumping at the shiny object. Mr. Ferris caves and lends it to him. See? Problem solved. Ignoring Vinny, now struggling, just strutting around like a gangster. Oh, man. Whatever. What's actually cooking? Motion to the silver trays, spread it out next to the grill. It's a lot of meat. Actually, aren't you a herbivore, Liz? I am, but I think Damien thought ahead for me. Wait, wasn't that the salad I brought? I knew he wouldn't forget about me like that. Anyway, is Olivia out here? She was just in the pool. Decided to go inside. Liz's head still for a moment, as if in thought. Apparently it's a common thing with her. Yeah. I was hoping she'd stuck around for once. So she does this often. Every time Damien's folks throw a party, she slips away to her room. Sometimes see her at the window. Her eyes motion to me to turn to look at a particular window. Can't really see from this angle. Why would now be any different then? Liz shoots me a knowing look. What? Well, I figured she was opening up to you a little. I mean, I guess, to some degree. Not like I have any frame of reference. At best, I can talk about Olivia now. Hey, did you just hiss at me? No. Oh god, the food! I spin around to see that something has caught fire. Oh no. I grab whatever it is with the tongs and flail it about, hoping the air would put it out. It works well enough, but it's pretty burning. Oh, this one's a lost cause. I give the piece of charcoal a careful look at. Yeah, it doesn't look edible in the least. I put it to the side and turn back to face Liz. Anyway, what were you saying about Olivia opening up? Yeah, it's strange, but also good. Certainly a bit surreal after all this time. Liz lets out a sigh and shrugs. Well, that's a shame, but it is what it is. Anyway, I want to go catch up with the others. See you around. Liz returns to the rest of the gathering, leaving me alone with the grill once again. Put a piece of meat aside, the rest of the food is looking good. Still, I'm not the best grill master. Not like it matters too much to Damien's folks whether food's actually cooked or not. It's purely an aesthetic matter. Is it? A couple more flips and the meat is brown and sizzling, which is good enough in my book, but to put them along with the rest of the finished pieces. I think I'm about done with my shift. Damien's turn was next. He's just going to be wrapping up these last few things. Doesn't take me long to spot him chatting with Liz, who's enraptured with whatever high-concept discussion they're having. Hey, Damien! Damien's frills perk up a bit as he turns around to face me. Your turn on the grill. Aight, you got it, hombre. He waves Liz over and takes a firm hold of his spatula. Okay, time to get some more... He suddenly pauses as his eyes fall upon the charred remains of a once juicy and savory piece of meat. He picks up the meat and inspects it before chomping down on it with a single bite. Okay, I'll finish cooking the last pieces, Inky. If you'd be an awesome dude, can you start serving the others God, Blackmore. Read! Fuck! Okay, I'll finish cooking the last pieces. Inky, if you'd be an awesome dude, can you start serving the others what's ready to chow on? I give Damien a nod and grab the tray of cooked meat. Take the tray over to the eagerly waiting crowd with all the care to be expected of someone surrounded by a very hungry meat-eating saurian. Upon seeing the platter of delectable and edible flesh, stop whatever they are doing and begin to gather around the table. And then I said, well, it's because you look like a student yourself, miss. Ha! Oh, that's rich coming from you. Is finally here, Vincent. Now remember your manners. Hopefully with my salad, too. Seems like everyone's having a pretty good time with their meal. They even eat the ones that I cooked. Though I can see Damien's little brother make a slight face of disgust. Still winds up chomping on the meat anyway. All in all, I'm pretty satisfied with how my cooking turned out. I take a seat next to Damien and Liz and prepare my meal before I dig in. Gotta go with the tried and true. Ketchup and nothing more. Boo! This man has no taste! That's it? Just ketchup, a burger, ketchup in a bun? Boo! I say boo! With my burger prepared, I go in for my first bite. Gotta say, Damien's dad did a great job with the patty. So, what do you think, Inko? give a thumbs up and smile as best I can with a full mouth. The elder dinosaur gives me a toothy, sauce-stained grin in return. I can see where Damien gets that toothy grin of his. Savoring the well-cooked meat patty and buns with each bite, I slowly lose myself in the party mood. Though I feel more ancillary from it, seeing the adults lost in work talk while Damien and Liz are handling the excitable Vinny. Coming around a mouthful of burger, my eyes wander. The entire yard is smaller than mine. There are tons and tons of toys and scattered in the low-cut grass. Not too many plants either. Just the grass and a couple shrubs running alongside the fence. The word quaint comes to mind. Maybe intimate. You picture all kinds of events happening back here. I shake my head, clearing my photographer's mind away. It's Damien's place, private property. I have to ask before I do anything camera-related. Thinking about it, though, I do have my camera securely stored in my backpack inside the home. Part of me considers grabbing it, and as I look back towards the house, I spy a certain someone at their window. Olivia leers out across the yard. She's too far away to tell exactly what she's staring at. Must be her room, then. We gave shifts a bit. I still can't see what she's looking at, but it's in my direction. Or Damien. He is sitting next to me. I carefully trace where her eyes are focused, leaning to the side and slowly coming to the plate in my hand. Checking back, she's laser focused on something. I wonder. I slowly lift the plate up, and Olivia's head tilts upward with it. I lower it, and her head tilts downward. A part of me wants to test this further, except that'd be a real waste of food. Whatever illusion she was under is shattered with a shake of her head. You can hear Olivia's annoyed growl from here as she turns her snout up at me and returns to whatever she was doing. So she does want some. Why not come out? I'm sure nobody would mind if I brought a plate in and left it. Besides, my fingers are sticky for all the fake food. To the point where they stick to my paper plate. It's actually kind of gross. Now I remember why I normally avoid it. Engulfing my fingers from the plate, Damien's mother notices my plight. You can use the kitchen sink for that, Eco. Or the pool! Sticking my thoroughly marinated fingers in the pool? That just seems like a future issue for whoever has to clean it up in there. Thank you, ma'am. I think I'll use the sink. Damien's already gotten up for third, so there's plenty. I load up a new paper plate with a steak and whatever remains of the ribs and discreetly head inside. Thankfully, the sliding door is partially open, so just enough that I can use my foot to push it the rest of the way. There's a coffee table in the living room. That's as good a place as any. And the kitchen's right there. I'll just rinse my hands off a bit. Making liberal use of the dish soap, I start scrubbing my hands thoroughly. While I feel the stickiness start to unstick itself, I look out the window. Damien's parents seem to be focused on Vinny, but Damien's still shooting looks to the left. The hyperactive hybrid shoots up from his seat, disappearing from view. Wonder where he... Woo! Dang, clothes still on and all. Kid was serious about washing his hands in the pool. Man, I could have gone for a dip myself. The AC in here makes a huge difference. Must be 90 degrees out today. There's plenty of soda, so I'm not in danger of dehydration at least. But geez, I'm only noticing just how warm I am. How warm I still am from stepping inside. Surprised there's no steam rising off of me. Looks a little red, too. Good thing I didn't bring any sunscreen. Crap. It's not that bad yet. Maybe the Pains have some sunscreen around? Nah, the reptiles, they wouldn't need any. Maybe I'll just have to deal with it. My knuckles start hurting from being wrung so much. The smell isn't gone yet, though. Anyway, should be clean enough to... Both of us are frozen still, locked in a staring contest. The steak shoved in her mouth. She stares like a deer caught in headlights. She spits the steak back on the plate in her lap and grips the insides of her sleeves. It takes a moment to collect myself to muster up some conversation. Yeah, your delivery came in. Want a soda with that? The joke goes unlaughed at. I tried. May as well. Need to get to the fridge. Oh! Sorry. I step to the side to give Olivia enough space. She rolls herself over to the fridge, opens it, and rummages through. We exchange a few awkward glances to the point that it's palpable in the air. So, what are you doing? Getting a soda. Kid's taking your spot in the swimming pool. Yeah, it's fine. I think I'm just gonna crash in my room. And there's still a party going on outside? I'm busy with our stuff. Stuffing the soda can in her pocket, Olivia redirects herself, and with a flick of her tail, closes the fridge shut. But what about the party? What about it? It's still going on. And, look, I've got stuff to work on. You know, it's a holiday. Seems like the perfect time to get together with the friends and family, and I'm not their family, if you haven't noticed. And I'm not going to be here for much longer. That's a new look from her. Is it because of what I said? Olivia? What? There's a couple different things dancing atop my tongue that I wish to say. Some would be too intrusive, especially after what she just said. However, one sticks out the most, especially after she brought up working on it. And I genuinely want to see Olivia's process. Would you, mind some company? What? It seems pretty empty in the house to be on by your lonesome, so maybe it'd be nice to hang out. Plus, I've been wanting to see your art for a while. Especially after I recall her freshman piece that's displayed right next to the principal's office. I'll even show you some of my stuff. I have my portfolio drive in my backpack, after all. I held back my laugh as a silly, strangled noise of surprised confusion escapes her mouth. Is that okay, then? No! It's just... I don't want anyone else in my room. Then how about the living room? I motion to the well-loved couch nearby. She hums in thought for a moment. Are you really that interested? Yes! I've been wanting to see your work ever since I found out that the cityscape piece in the gala was yours. Olivia clutches her hands together tightly. Okay, fine. If you're so interested, you can watch. She wheels herself back towards a shut door. Need to get my stuff set up first. Need to get my stuff set up first, though. Sure, I'll be here on the couch. I kind of feel bad for missing out on the party, too, but I doubt I'll ever get a chance like this. Olivia returns with a small easel, already set up with a half-finished painting. She takes a moment to shift herself from her wheelchair to the end of the couch, right next to me. She's pretty close to me. I can feel her thigh barely brush against mine, but I'll try to pay it no mind. The painting looks like a bust of a nondescript dino guy. Although, with how vibrant these guys are, it could easily be a portrait of someone specific. This isn't that good. She rips the page off and crumbles it in her hands. Starting over then? Don't interrupt. She takes a deep breath. The paintbrush nears the canvas, slowly and gracefully, although it's clear her nerves are getting to her. Okay... Wait. Olivia looks down for a moment before she jerks her head back up, her face gaining a reddish hue. Dude, why'd you scooch so close to me? I didn't? You're the one who sat next to me. Oh. She looks away for a moment, realizing how over the top her reaction was. Olivia then does a double take at me, her brows furrow. What's wrong with your skin? I was born like this? Shut up, that's not... You know what? Yes, it is. But I mean, it's red? Oh, yeah, I think I'm sunburned. As I look over the red splotch on my arm, Olivia raises a hand and touches it. Ow! Why? Jeez, that really hurts? Yeah, it does! I didn't think to get any sunscreen on the way over. There wouldn't happen to be any here, right? Point taken. But there's some of those spiky plants outside. Aloe something, I think. Just snap a leaf off. Mrs. Payne won't care, probably. I think I've heard something about that plant before. Yeah. Alright, guess I'll give it a shot. I get up and head back out the front door. Lo and behold, there were, in fact, a number of those spiky plants around. I walk up to the nearest one and carefully grab a leaf in a spot with dull spikes. It bends and snaps off pretty easily. Man, this looks about as good enough to eat, but it probably tastes awful. Yeah, aloe vera is not a tasty plant. Is it really good for curing sunburned skin? Back inside, Olivia started painting again. She gazes intently at the page. And the plate of food I had brought in had been cleaned. Olivia holds one last rib in her mouth like a cigarette. It waggles up and down between her teeth. When she sees me, she crunches the bone in two and swallows the last of it whole. I bring up the aloe leaf. Is it? She nods and extends a hand to grab it. I hand her the thick leaf and she extends a single claw. Once she catches the edge of the skin, she makes quick work peeling the husk off. You do that often? Not me. Sophia uses it a lot to make smoothies for the family and healing salves for Vinny. They're real pretty, too. Olivia blinks, coughs, and grimaces. To a paint, I mean. Natural homemade healing recipe, huh? Have to ask for that later. Come in handy down the line. I move to remove my jacket so the aloe can be applied properly, but I don't get far before Olivia's face turns a darker shade again. No! No need to remove your jacket. I mean, just roll up the sleeves and put the jelly on your neck. She hands me the now exposed aloe jelly, all while doing her best to not lock eyes with me. After rolling up my sleeves, I scoop out a dollop of the opaque substance. The feeling of relief hits the moment I spread it across my neck. Man, that feels good. I start applying more to my nose, cheek, and most importantly, the top of my head. Yeah, get that nice and aloed, you bald boy. Fucking cue ball. As I do, I watch Olivia continue her painting, taking extra attention to her brush strokes. The way she moves it down the canvas with such smoothness and gentleness shows her level of concentration. Not too rushed, but also not that overly focused on the art either. Using the last of the aloe to cover my arms, I am fully covered in the rudimentary remedy. I take a second to throw the husks away in the kitchen trash, catching a glimpse of the party outside. Everyone looks like they're having a good time out there, except for Mrs. Sophia, who's currently trying to chase a very soaked Vinny with a towel. Back on the couch, Olivia's painting is starting to take a more defined shape. Unlike the cityscape pieces, however, it looks more organic. She continues to paint in silence, occasionally doing a quick glance at me to see if I'm still watching. I don't want to poke at Olivia for no reason, but this might be my only chance to ask. Hey, Olivia? Take your time. Your family, the Paynes, they seem like a lively bunch. What's that supposed to mean? Like, I knew Damien was eccentric, but I can see where he gets it from the rest of your family. First of all, the Paynes are my godparents. Secondly, yeah, they are. So, how long have you known them for? Olivia pauses for a moment mid-brushstroke, but then continues. Practically my whole life. Damien and I have known each other since we were carpet crocs. And his parents have known my dad since, well, forever. Since before we were even neighbors. Ah, friends of the family. Pretty much. Whole reason I'm living with them. Her muzzle clamped shut. Forget what I just said. The words were spoken with a tone tinged bitter with something. A tone I felt very familiar with whenever my own family is brought up. Sure. The only sounds left now are her brushstrokes on the canvas. My focus turns back to the patch of blotchy red pale acrylic oil slowly forming across the white expanse. Occasionally, Olivia's gray eyes would glance my way before going back to her work. Compared to the more rapid pace of the time-lapse art videos I had viewed, this was more deliberate with each of her movements. Pretty obvious since most of those were done digitally, another thing I'd not considered. Still, staring at the painting in progress itself, there's something uncanny about it. It's now more formed, definitely looking like something. Cupping my chin with one hand in contemplation, I use the other to try and trace out the peachy pale and vibrant red colors. Olivia looks back at me again, and a glint of something shines through her eyes. Good to hear. Hold that pose now. Hey, how long have you been using me as a layman doll? Her hand fails to cover up the snort that comes from her nose, followed by a gremlin-like cackle. Consider it the price to see my progress. I want a refund. Nope. Looking again, it's slowly becoming an oil bust of my burnt face. Looks like looking in a mirror, huh? Can't you at least get my good angle? Nope. Turning back to the mural del melanoma. mural du melanoma. Olivia starts adding in a blotch of cream by my head. Yeah, I can imagine. Jesus Christ. A sigh escapes my lips. Hey, I said stay still. Why? I'm not that. Why? And I am not that red. Another high-pitched giggle comes out of Olivia. It's called artistic license. Well, it needs to be renewed. Ah, bitter! Bitter! Despite being the butt of her joke, yeah, I can feel myself smiling. Must be the new sounds from her. It's the first time I think I've ever seen her happy outside of Ian Atkins' class. And yeah, that laugh of hers is kind of infectious. The silence returns, though the mood feels much lighter now. I feel so stiff right now. I don't know how long I've been holding this pose now. If I had to guess from the sunlight filtering into the house, it's been at least an hour. Mural du melanoma is almost done, and it was staring back at me with the most intense eyes. Olivia's attention was left on one final detail. The hand holding my chin. I'm thankful she finished the sunglasses first, because the reflected light from the sliding back door had been searing my retina. Olivia, hush. She turned her head and focuses entirely on the hand held by my ear. Pupils moving rapidly, trying to take in every last detail. Her fingers twitch as her hand hovers over the painted hand. Her eyes now shifting between my hand and my eyes. Her hand is now quaking, and a growing redness suffused her face. The more she looked toward my eyes, the more her arm shakes and face brightens. She finally turns away from me entirely, bringing both her arms with her, and away from me and the canvas. Okay. Her cheeks puff as she exhales her held breath. Okay. Finally, she turns her cherry red face to the canvas and inspects the near-complete portrait. I'll come back to this later. Can I... Yeah, you can drop your hand now. Oh, finally. I lie back on the couch, feeling my spinal cord pop in rapid succession. I said your hand. I attempt to stretch my arm out in front of me, and because of my stiffened muscles, my forearm is pulled back towards my face. I repeat the motion several times, the movement helping to ease the muscle until finally, my arm doesn't feel spring-loaded. While I was busy trying to fix my arm, Olivia was packing up the canvas. That's about it. You can go join the others or whatever. She drags the canvas, easel, and acrylic tubes back to her room. Wonder if she'll keep that one. And I wonder if she'll stay in her room again. We've been inside for a while. I don't think anyone outside had noticed we've been gone. Vinny and Damien seemed to be occupied, but seemed to accept that Olivia would stay inside. But wait. I've caught her a bit off guard. See, this makes it feel like I'm trying to guilt her into going outside, and I don't want to do that. That just seems rude of me. So I'm just going to invite her. If I'm going outside, it would be rude of me to leave without saying bye, at least. She looks at me quizzically. Sure. But I think I'll try staying until the end. This is probably the best day I've had since I moved here. And my first real friends in a long while. I'm glad to have been invited. She's not leaving, but she's scanning me suspiciously. Damien's been a great friend, and his folks have been really nice to me. Better than my own parents, even. You're lucky to have them, I think. I guess. Good for you. Have fun with that. I really need to... I think you should come along. She freezes. What? Her eyes widen and some of the color leaves her face. No, I can't. Why not? Mr. and Mrs. Payne. You already have Vincent and Damien to worry about, and right now they're hosting all the other guests. They've got plenty to deal with already. I'm not worth the accommodations. Just leave it. Let them be normal. Even then, it's like I said, I don't have much time left. It's a little overly harsh. It was every argument she ever had. The kind of arguments that come from desperation and guilt to convince herself that it's for her own good. Maybe it's a little presumptuous, but that's at least the sort of thoughts I've had reading notes from my parents allotting me resources like I'm an anthropomorphized mouth. It certainly doesn't seem like I'm worth it to them sometimes. But they're your godparents, right? They're helping your folks, yeah? But they choose to have you here? Because they want you. They want to let you be normal. That doesn't... a normal part of their family, I mean. I don't think they'd have you here if they didn't want that. Oh, please, go on and tell me more about my own family. Her voice is sardonic. She's not making eye contact anymore, but she's listening intently. This is all stuff she's known already. But you're absolutely right about one thing. You don't have much time left. Neither do I, honestly. Even if it's mostly because of moving. You know what they say about rolling stones gathering no moss? And that way we're in the same boat. Give it a shot. Some perfectly good moss right out there. Okay. I'll try it with you. That analogy was pretty dumb, but you're right. The back door squeaks back open. Even with sunglasses, I wince at the sudden brightness. I take a step out and stretch my back, working out the last bit of stiffness from my shoulders. Olivia still waits at the threshold of the door. What are you waiting for? Curtain call? With a grin, I draw the sliding door even wider with a beckoning wave, attempt to usher Olivia out, as if I were her personal attendant. Cut that out, don't make it weird. Despite her words, her tone is more humored than annoyed with me. Relax, nobody was even looking. But it looks like there's definitely no more food left. About right. As Olivia rolls down a small wooden ramp I hadn't noticed, we catch Damien on the bottom step. Olivia? At the table, heads turned towards us, looks of surprise etched on the faces of most of them. Instead of answering them verbally, Olivia's hand comes up in a nervous wave. The rest of the party resumes their prior discussions, although maybe a bit livelier than before. Hey, cool to see you out here again. Hey, Damien, why are you all the way over there? I can't stand to be by Liz's uncle when he's eating. He's got those fibrous teeth. Ugh. Like blue whales have? Yeah, it freaks me out. His dentist must make a fortune. Yeah. Hey, Olivia, what are you doing back out here? You forget something? No, I just thought it'd be good to enjoy the weather while it lasts. Damien Pog! Damien Pog! Damien perks up, his frills undulating. Ugh. No, Damien, stop that. Olivia quivers as Damien's grin grows wider and frills start moving faster. Ew, stop it! Even I'm getting unnerved by how those things move. Damien! Sorry, you know these things got a mind of their own. Finally, those weird flaps still. Dude, you were just complaining about Mr. Ferris and his teeth. At least he can keep his mouth shut. Hey, hey, I can always wear a beanie. No, you can't. Remember the last time you tried? Both Damien and Olivia shared a laugh over some event they're privy to. When they finish, Damien asks the million-dollar question. So, are you gonna join in, or...? She turns her head my way, and I give her a supportive thumbs up. Yeah. Damien finally stands from the step, and we all start heading to the table. Each party goer greets us as we approach. The loudest from... Livy! Hey. You finally came to play again? The rambunctious boy hoots and hollers as he bounces in circles around her. Olivia huddles her arms and looks aside in my direction, feeling the stares from the table. I give her a reassuring thumbs up. Actually, this is perfect. Thank you, Vinny. This is something Olivia is able to give, where she was so worried about just talking. I hope she goes for it. I'm a little tired, Vinny. What? No, come on, Livy. You promised we'd play today. Like old times. Please. Oh, all right, you win. I did promise. You want to play cannon, then? Yeah, cannon! All right, then. Ready? Round loaded. Fire! Oh, God, that was a bad idea. Woo! Randy! Oh, relax. So, Vinny's still young. Michael, Vinny, be careful. I'm okay, Mom. You gotten stronger, Olivia? No, shut up. Anyway, can we do it again? Olivia smiles and pats his head. It's weird seeing it, but as she readies Vinny for another launch, the Gator girl has a bright, toothy smile that I never thought she had. Mr. Payne? Woo! Alright, I get it. Vincent! Yeah, Dad? No more cannon today. Olivia and Vincent share a disappointed look. Now, there's a lot more things you two can do. Vincent perks up and immediately rushes off. Oh, I know! Olivia turns back to the rest of the group with an uneasy smile. Mrs. Payne steps forward, her hands held up and wavering. Olivia? Hi, Auntie. Mrs. Mrs. Payne and her husband approach, both with nervous smiles. When she speaks, it's with a certain restraint, holding her excitement back. As though worried if it showed too much, she'll change her mind and go back in. I didn't miss much, right? I'm so glad you came out, Mike. I'm so glad you came out, dear. The older woman kneels in front of her and wraps her arms around Olivia. It's been too long, little Ace. Randy's hand ruffles her hair, while his other also encircles Olivia and Sophia, and while Olivia does her best to avoid his palm. I can see the tiny smile on her face. Time seemed to pick up speed after Olivia had come out. Damien and his father returned to the grill, managing to prep and cook a final serving of meaty goodness for an early dinner. I decided I could go for seconds, but get a few scraps of this and that. I nearly drop my food when I get a rough pat on the shoulder from behind. It's Mr. Payne. He looks down at me with a thankful smile. Mrs. Payne and Mr. Ferris continued their conversation until Mr. Ferris's throat ran dry. And then the rest of us had to contend with a hyperactive child with an armory of foam dart guns. I felt bad for Liz. She'd become a one-woman shooting gallery for the boy. And Olivia. And me. And Damien, but he looked at least apologetic about it. But now things are winding down. The food is officially all gone. Everyone is exhausted physically and mentally, and yet thoroughly satisfied emotionally. Olivia pads by me, having returned to the pool to cool down and stretch out. There was one last thing to really cap this off. Okay, everyone. I hollered to everyone currently on the deck, grouped up nicely for me. Fucking Vinny. No, it isn't. I wasn't sure if the saucy stuff was... Oh, did I? Yeah. Wasn't sure if saucy stuff was Twitch friendly, but by the sounds of things, it is. Looking through the viewfinder of my propped up camera, I adjust the focus to ensure everyone is captured perfectly in the shot. Alright, on 3, give me your biggest smiles. 1. Wait! Olivia turns away from the camera, looking towards Damien. With a grin, Damien waves to me. Oh, okay. Dude, you gotta be in this too. There's nods and words of agreement from everyone. Well, it's been a while since I've used this mode, so why not? Setting the time delay along with the sports mode, I made sure with a rapid 10 succession shots, at least one of them would be perfect. And I can always do some post-production on it too. Ensuring that the focus is still fine, I click the shutter button and keep the count in mind. You can, well, not yet. I'm still working on that. You can throw stuff at the dog, though. 30, 29, 28. By 13, I've settled myself next to Damien and above Olivia. Alright, 9, 8, 7. Feel something wrap around my ankle and press on my back on 4. 3, 2, what? The camera flash goes off 10 times as I'm pushed over by Damien and pulled into the pool by Olivia. September 25th. It's been nearly a full month and things are starting to feel natural in this school now. Well, at least compared to my old schools. Except now I've actually made some good friends. Pretty sure we're good friends anyway. Don't really know how to measure friendship. Outside of that party a few days ago, I haven't hung out with any of them outside of school. My friends just hang out at school, and good friends do stuff outside of school. Where's that put us? It's still early in the school year. I'll figure out the friendship conversation at some point. And it's not like I'm rushing either. Shades! Focus! Leaving my current thoughts, I realize I've been in the middle of climbing a rock wall in the gymnasium. Oh, was I spacing that again? Oh, right. All the blood rushing to my head. Ah! Alright, peel yourself off my majestic gym floor and hit the showers! Oh! Woo! Made it just in time. Take my seat right next to Olivia and let myself relax for a second. Olivia is, as usual, doodling away on her notebook. Take a quick peek at her new work, curious to see who she's turning into a caricature today. Instead, the page is filled with various scribbles of what looks to be a rat. The only piece of shading for its fur is just on its head, save for a white spot around its eye. Looks like the same one she doodled on that note we passed around in history. The mirrored mural shows it in various poses and scenarios, some basic and some pretty creative. There's even one wearing a cape and wielding a ridiculously giant sewing needle like a sword. Oh hey, there's a game! That's a reference to another indie title. Yali was playing that a while back. Small Saga, I think it is. These rat doodles of yours are pretty cute. Thanks. Actually, that reminds me. Look who else I drew over the weekend. She flips a couple of pages of her sketchbook and holds it up for me to see. Much to my surprise, it's none other than Mia. Olivia decided to draw her as what I can only describe in the most flattering way as a druggy harlot. Her clothes are even more ripped than her usual attire, her jacket is filled with all kinds of unflattering patches, and her hair is styled in a gaudy mohawk that only detracts slightly from her face full of piercings and rings. In fact, she has a couple of rings piercing her eyelids to the point that I think it would be impossible to keep her eyes open from the weight. Not even getting into all the tattoos that Olivia's drawn on Mia's face. Can't help but let out a snicker at the sight. You like? She's sporting a smug grin as she looks my way. I mean, it's funny, but how could she even breathe with all those rings? Doesn't need to. She's full of hot air already. The girl chuckles at her own joke. I bet if she saw it, steam would blow out of her ears. Yeah, she'd stomp around uselessly and then do nothing else. Seems like you have a pretty good idea on how she works. She's just predictable. It's not rocket science. We're interrupted by a pair of students. I recognize them, though I only know one of their names. Yo, Inko, my Humi! Whoa, that is not your word! So I saw what you submitted for the contest, and I just love it. It was so good, I just had to show it to my friend. Yeah, man, I just had to come see who made it when New Lara told me about it. And when she told me, I was like, oh my god, I just knew when I saw you had that artistic spirit. Pretty damn fantastic, especially for a newbie. A bit taken aback by her backhanded compliment. Still, it's a compliment. First rule I've gotten since coming to St. Hammond. About my art, I mean. Oh my gosh, I never introduced myself, did I? I'm Kiara, it's nice to meet you. Yeah, likewise. Cool. I mean, it's not that great of a case, it's just something I had on hand. Last minute? Damn, you're really selling yourself too short here. Yeah, your work is absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, I'm thinking we should hang out sometime. Oh, you slut, stop trying to get in a— Whoa! Okay! Oh shit, the bell's ringing soon. Already? Damn. That was nice seeing you again, Inko. Keep up the great work. See you later. I think it's time for the thought police. Someone get me my horny bat. Be seeing you real soon, Inko. Can't help but smile as my new friends, wave their goodbye and depart. A heady feeling of joy washing through my head as I replay their words of praise repeatedly. In the corner of my eye, I see Olivia's smile reflects the overwhelming cheer I'm feeling. Though it seems to vanish the moment I look her way. What the... There it is! Ow. Seems like you're becoming the talk of the school. I mean, I'd hoped I'd get some positive feedback about my work, but I didn't realize that it would be that good. Olivia chews her lips in contemplation before turning to me. Say, Inko, can I see your submission? Sure, give me a sec. Luckily, I'm prepared, as not only do I have my portfolio drive, but I've finally set up a cloud drive for it. It's as simple as opening up the application on my phone, swiping to the exact digital copy, and presenting it to Olivia. Ta-da! I consider it my magnum opus. Magnum opus. I finally get to say it. You keep a copy of it on your phone? I got my whole portfolio in cloud storage. I learned it was good practice from a couple artist blogs. So, what do you think? Olivia squints at my phone as she does her best to formulate her opinion. It's, nice. The compost of it is really something. You mean composition? Yeah, that. You did great, Inko. Huh, getting a compliment from Olivia for my work feels a bit alien to me. But maybe, just maybe, this was the start of something new. Yeah, I can almost feel it now. Incognito, ace photographer, capable of capturing masterpieces through a photo lens. Yeah, that's a nice ring to it. I fucking love that his name is just Incognito. Olivia must see my self-congratulatory grin because her own drops. Alright, you did good. Don't let it get to your head. When the grin remains, she forces it off by elbowing me in the chest. Ah! Warned you. That's gonna leave a bruise. With that exchange behind us, Olivia and I get ready for class. As was the norm by now, Mr. Iadakin begins class with some violent abuse of school property. Good morning! Good morning! Now, settle down. We've got announcements to go over. I sit back in my seat, suddenly feeling out the spot where Olivia smacked me to check. Yep, bruised. Sheesh. As the pale Pteranodon continued on reading from the announcement sheet like he did every day, I found myself lost in my own thoughts. Nothing else really happens that I'd consider out of the ordinary. Things that are new, like the school itself, are finally starting to become mundane. Later at lunch, I'm rattling off my best stand-up to Olivia while Damien's out getting seconds. Liz had retreated to her usual space on the rafters. And then he says, "Oh, god damn!" Olivia's hand flies to her nose, trying and failing to contain the snort-filled laughter. It sets off a chain reaction of my own laughter spills over my mouthful of cheap school burger. God, you suck at comedy, Inko. Olivia drinks greedily from her canteen to alleviate her sore vocal cords. Is that why you're all out of breath? It was a pity laugh. Stick to photography. You got a better one? The mood is slow to settle, but once Olivia has caught her breath, she speaks with a snide smile. In fact, I do. So, a Triceratops, a T-Rex, and a Rhinorex find a lamp. Her mouth clenched shut, the eyes go wide. Olivia. Ah, perfect! I was looking for you two! Olivia casts her eyes down to her lunch, spearing her mystery meat roughly with a talon. Hey Ben, what's up? I figured I'd come by and congratulate you on your submission entry. This again? I mean, it is my best piece, but all the praise for it is really still surprising. It's exhilarating, all the compliments and everything. Thanks, man. Hey, maybe I'll be the winner of the contest. What do you think, Olivia? The green Gator girl flinches. Ben shakes his head. Also, Olivia, great to catch you here. Principal Scalar wanted me to remind you that you need to clean up after yourself. Leaving messes in classes can disrupt students in other periods. Scalar said that? Why not tell Olivia herself? She's busy and tired of reminding you. Olivia scoffs at the mention of our principal, yet keeps her mouth firmly closed. Must not be that important, then. Inko, I just spent my entire second period cleaning up her mess because she's not taking anything seriously. I'm not supposed to be Scalar's errand boy, and I'm certainly not supposed to be a personal janitor. I must have frowned at Olivia after giving Ben the silent treatment. Is it wrong of me to think she'd be more open with everyone else like she is with me? Do you know how hard it is to scrub baking soda out of a carpet once it's dried? Can you just try to not make other people's lives harder? Ben, what the hell? I didn't mean that. I'm too far. Sorry. Olivia tries shooting me an indifferent gaze. I keep right-clicking! Fuck! It cracks a bit into embarrassment when I don't return it. Ben's comment is completely uncalled for. Can't just stand around if she's not even going to defend herself. Come on, Ben. Leave her alone. My point being, Olivia, this is completely ridiculous. I expect better from you. Expect? How can you have any expectations for her? That came out wrong. Okay, that came out wrong. Well, I expect her to do the bare minimum and not waste my time. Olivia doesn't even bother looking at Ben. Instead, she's looking at me with that sad face until she quietly wheels away from us. I think I went a little too far there. Man. He pinches his brow and sighs. Left standing there is the student council president. I wonder what I had done that earned me Olivia's ire just now. That bad? Mia really wanted me to have lunch with her today. She's definitely going to give me an earful after school. He glances at his phone and grimaces at the notifications. Spoke too soon? She's giving me one now. Well, you should probably grab your lunch while there's still time. Ben glances up at the clocks of the lunchroom. There's only about 10 minutes left. You're right. The lines usually closed 5 minutes ago. His fist hammers his palm when epiphany. Oh, use the vending machines out there. Anything good there? I've been enjoying the atomic hot taquitos recently. But Damien tells me he's a bigger fan of bitter melon bites. Bitter melon it is. I don't think my tail could handle that amount of capsaicin. Ben gets up from his seat. Alright, I'll go check it out. Let's see. One of his feet gets caught on the stool and he stumbles head first. Right to Damien's tray, stacked high with mystery meat. He face plants right through the tray and onto the floor. On the bright side, the mystery meat cushions his fall. On the dark side, the mystery meat cushions his fall. Whoa, Ben, are you alright? I jump from my seat and go to help him up. Instinctively, I take a look around the cafeteria. All eyes are on us, and I already hear it starting. Various murmurs about safety of the student council president. Murmurs about that start breaking into jeers. I know how this song and dance goes. It's over for Ben. He gets up and dusts off his blazer. Not exactly what I meant when I said meet and greet, Damien. Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry. All of a sudden, the entire attitude of the cafeteria shifted before my eyes. The jeers were deflected into general amusement that permeated throughout the room. One of the nearby students stands up and hands him a few napkins to wipe his face off. Hey, thanks. How does he manage to stay composed while covered in school mystery meat? I'm both impressed and jealous. You okay? Thought you couldn't eat meat. Nah, even if I swallowed it, it'd take a lot more than that for it to be an issue. I'll be fine. Thanks for the concern, though. Even as he brushes off the luncheon grime, Ben carries himself with dignity. If that had been me, this guy has some seriously quick wit. Nah, there's probably a little more to it than that. Man, I was looking forward to eating that. Why on earth did you have that much meatloaf? I asked the cafeteria lady earlier this morning to let me have the leftovers. Well, Although now it's gone a bit to waste. He eyes the remains on the floor. Some poor janitor's gonna have to mop all that up. Maybe. Don't even think about it. The bell signaling our next class tolls. The fistfights and gang wars cease on command, and everyone starts milling towards the exits. The cafeteria empties enough that I can clearly see the Ben-shaped meatloaf angel on the floor. There's a familiar rubbery textured feeling on my fingertips. My instincts had kicked in. Hands going for my camera to capture the moment. After which a sense of shame rolls over me. That I would even consider capturing something like this, especially when it's happening to my friend. I get up from my seat with a heavy sigh and finally head to my next class. I hope Ben will have time to clean up before photography. He's got 5 minutes. On my way to photography, I'm still a bit caught up by what just happened. I think I'm starting to see how Ben accomplished that. I mean, ordinarily, an incident that embarrassing would just be detrimental to your social standing. On my first day, I went through something like that, an event so humiliating, people were spreading rumors for days. Sure, they died out pretty quick, but the fact is that it happened. One moment, everything's fine. The next, then suddenly, something you couldn't have even seen coming up just upends your life. Stuff like that can happen all the time to anyone. It's something that's always terrified me. It's something that just happened to Ben, only he was exempt. He was quick on his feet and diffused the situation faster than it could have even really started. It's like disaster avoidance. I seriously think that's the most important skill one can have. To have everything under control, to see trouble from a mile away and make it a non-issue even when it takes you by surprise. That sort of social capital is something I need. Maybe it's a little selfish, but if I were seen that way, then any sudden happenings would be forgiven instantly. Of course, Ben isn't alone. The world is full of people with that kind of skill. I'd be lying if I said most of them deserved it. Most people able to get away with stuff use their unique ability just for that. Getting away with stuff. Which should be seen as a blessing or of a social buffer is just some enabling trait of theirs. A charismatic get-out-of-jail-free card. If I had that ability, I'd use it to push myself to my limits both artistically and productively. That's my ultimate goal. Ben is one of the good ones. Definitely. He's definitely earned my respect over this. The question remains, though. How do I get like that? That line of thinking is cut off as I run the next corner. Wanted to talk with you, Olivia. The center of the hallway intersection, I see Mia and Olivia. Oh, come the fuck now. Oh, come the fuck now, Olivia. Don't be such a killjoy. I'm trying to be nice here. The grin on Mia's face is jovial as she stands before the wheelchair-bound girl, her tail lazily swaying as she eyes Olivia. And I never realized how lethal those spikes on her tail was. After all, I have to be nice to someone as talented as Olivia, don't I? Behind her are a pair of similarly smiling Saurian girls. Actually, wait a minute. Those two... They're Mia's friends? I mean, she knows her way around a palette and a canvas. Right, Olivia? A paraplegic Picasso here. That's you, right? Can't imagine how useless you must feel otherwise. I'm so glad you're able to put those thoughts aside and paint some things you like. Mia takes a step forward towards Olivia, her previous expression taking on a more ominous air. And for all that talent and untapped potential, you seem to lack some of the basics expected of a functioning young adult. Mia's lips part, revealing a cruel grin. I hear you've been a really dirty, messy little baby, leaving your stuff everywhere in class and getting it all over the place. You really should stick you in a cute little bib. Kiara and Lunara laugh, jeering loudly at Olivia. Mia snaps her fingers, causing the two of them to go quiet. I still don't want to believe it. They were so nice to me. What are they doing with Mia? I know them. They're smart. They know if this is what it looks like. It's horrible. And they're not the kind of people to punch down like this. But they all decided to do this, right? So what's going on? Is there more to the situation? Mia takes another step forward, her figure now looming over Olivia as she looks down with a cool sneer on her nose. Normally, I wouldn't waste my time trying to single you out, but I'm going to use this moment to make sure you get the picture. Benny's supposed to join me for lunch, but he had to stay behind and clean up after your mess. You got your issues. You can't fight a fight. Whatever. That's your fucking problem. Stop making it mine, Olivia. It's ready to start being a problem for you. Yeah, does Ben look like your nanny? Well, she does get prepackaged with the stroller. Come on, Mia, that's crossing a line. Not like she can stand up to you or anyone. What? I'm just chatting with Liv here. But if I did hurt your feelings, I'm really, really sorry. Kiara's beat clicks loudly and repetitively while Lunara's hand covers her lawn to hide a giggle. Oh, don't take it personally, Livy. I'm just teasing you. Right, Liv? Well, there's one big happy family. Or no, some of us can use one. I don't even know how to respond to that. I want to hear both sides of the story here. What the history Mia and Olivia have for a conversation like this. I think getting this upset over missing lunch with that is extreme. But Mia's friends remain by her side. Completely steadfast against Olivia. Is that bad? And yet, Olivia says nothing to her. She has her head atop the knuckles of her hand, like I would during Prockling's history lessons. There were moments where Olivia's tail would press into the floor, shifting her chair back or to the side. Looked like she was attempting to sidestep the conversation with that muscular tail, but Mia's own movements cut off her escape attempts. Mia returns the calm stare. There's no motion, but the staring contest was a fight in its own way. And the first to look away would lose. Olivia's frigid indifference against Mia's piercing gaze. Kiara ends up dropping her phone and both glare at her simultaneously. A draw. I think I did. Didn't even know there was an update. Nope, I did not download the update. Kiara, I swear I'll kill you one of these days. Olivia takes the opportunity to move past Mia. Mia takes no time to toughen her stance and continues her spew of insults. What? Leaving so soon? No response. And so quickly. That's almost normal walking speed. I was honestly thinking you need a cooler nickname to go by. To go with your need for speed. Hot Wheels. In an instant, Olivia stops to a squeaking halt. Gone was her stoic face. In its place were eyes wide with shock. How the hell? Olivia's pace falters. Mia quickly steps ahead again and places a foot in her left wheel. Oh, that's good. Your brain-dead, fin-head friend told me back in gym class. He went on about how you had it back when you were still soiling your diapers. Honestly, I think you should embrace it. So say it. Well? Are you retarded, you stupid bitch? Fucking say it. God, do you need a fucking speech therapy too? Say it! Hot Wheels. Hot Wheels. See, I knew you could do it. Kind of fitting. I only agree with half of it. Olivia's claws dug into her armrests. Maybe that's the nuance. The point is that only half of it works. Mia turns to look at Kiara and Lunara, eliciting some more giggling from them. I'm sure you wouldn't want us making it cool again, though, right? And you were such a winner back then. Mia leans in close, her voice now a harsh stage whisper as she glares daggers through Olivia. What's wrong, Hot Wheels? Don't want to talk anymore? Am I not good enough for you? Even from afar, I can tell Olivia is starting to lose her composure. Her tail lays limp on the floor, as if the energy to hold it was drained away. Oh my god. I think this is bullying. No shit, Sherlock! I didn't want to believe it. But it's undeniable by now. This is textbook bullying. It's unfair. It's like when you're in line to use the restroom, and after hours and hours of waiting, someone cuts in front of you. Completely inexcusable. Is this the part where I should step in? Yes! What do I even say? Anything! I at least have to try, right? It's my duty as a fellow student. Maybe I don't need to say anything at all. Just being present for Olivia against the Horde? And it certainly wouldn't help if I got an even bigger target on my back from Mia. Olivia wrenches herself free from Mia's foot and continues down the hall. The others follow like vultures. Oh man, I need to think and act fast. My legs move of their own, and I cross into the hallway. I'm instantly noticed. Mia's already registered my presence and her expression changes. My heart starts beating quicker and harder. Time's up for being indecisive. Just gonna save real quick. Defend Olivia. Show support for Olivia. Tough choice. Tough choice. Really tough choice. But Mia and her mean girls can get can go fuck themselves. Defend. Screw it. If Olivia's not going to defend herself, then I will. Olivia needs my help here. Wait, what's going on here? Oh, good lord. It's Basic Baldy coming to save the day now. Piss off, new guy. You won't score any points doing this. I grit my teeth, as if this were for popularity. Luckily, I know what to do in this situation. Hey, I can go get a teacher right now. This is how my classmates treat each other. I'm disappointed. Especially you two, Lunara and Kiara. Kiara and Lunara looked aside a bit, but more aware of their situation now that I pointed it out. You know him? Yeah. Doesn't surprise me Lunara's gotten cozy with him, but come on, dude. We weren't ganging up on Olivia. You were. I saw all of it. Y'all bullied her. Bully? Really? Millie spits out the word bully like it's the word of the day in kindergarten. Somehow it makes it feel silly for saying it. You gonna tell me to pick on someone my own size next? What? Did you even hear me? I said I'd go get a teacher. All the people my own size? I think I killed them all already. Kidding. You need to loosen up, huh? Are you ignoring me? I said, after the first time, retard. Instead of repeating yourself over and over like a friggin' idiot, how about you try a threat that actually scares me? Suspension doesn't scare you? She smiles. Let's just call it friends in high places. Look, just cut Olivia some slack. Shut that gullet of yours. Hey, Olivia, I think your paladin here hasn't graduated night school yet. Wouldn't like it if it were you. Dryly. Why the fuck are you trying so hard? It's hilarious. Trying to get a piece of that leathery gator tail? What the fuck? Yes, fuck, exactly that. Let me slip into some that works into those pants, babe. The other two start chortling again. Mia forced me lower on their social scales. They're compromised. My face heats up. I'm starting to see red. And yet I'm frozen in place. How could you just claim something like that without hesitation? Oh my, he's not responding at all. His face is so red! He's totally into gumping it. This was a mistake. No, it's for Olivia. I'm not focusing on her anymore. I can still fix this. She gives me a pleading look, one that makes my thoughts stop in their tracks. Aw, isn't that sweet? See, she knows you shouldn't be embarrassing yourself more than you already have. Is that true? She gives a single, solemn nod. How touching. Hey, it's getting late. You gonna clean up your fucking act or what? She glares at me, then to me, then back. Another single nod. Oh, so I can try basically anything with you and it's no dice, but when things get rough for him, things change. Good to know. The three saunter off and round the corner. I turn to Olivia, who in turn scowls and wheels past me without a word. I reach out to her. Olivia, are you? She smacks my hand away. I'm sorry. It's just... you couldn't sit back and let me trash talk you like that. Olivia stops in her tracks for a moment, her head turning back towards me. In her eyes, I don't see any anger or sadness, only disappointment. Her citrine eyes are downcast. Her claws kneading into the cheap leather of her armrest. It takes me a second to realize Olivia isn't talking to me. Forget it. Olivia doesn't even wait for me to say something back to her request. Her arms push roughly on the rims of her chair. She takes off down the hall without so much as giving anything or anyone the time of day. All right. Well, we've seen that. Now we're going to go see the other. Show support. As much as I want to go off on Mia and her posse, Olivia wouldn't want me to try and standing up for her again. Not after how I tried to handle it with Ben. Besides, I'd probably fumble the words and make myself look like a fool anyway. So, there's really not much I can do. But what I can do is nothing. Say nothing. Do nothing. Just wait for Olivia to pass by. She stops in a bit of confusion, but quickly remembers she's currently on the run. When she passes by, I follow down the same hallway, slowing my pace to be slightly behind her. Olivia turns to look at me with equal parts surprise and dread. I think part of her fears that I'm about to say or do something really stupid. Instead, I merely give a warm smile. To be picked on by that many people at once, all certain they're doing no wrong, is terrifying. In moments like this, she should know that someone's got her back. Even if I have nothing to offer, at least the playing field will be a little less one-sided. Now that she has someone beside her. The hell? Hey, I know that jacket. And I know that bullseye for a head from a mile away. The group starts following behind us. Olivia glances over to me, and I return another small smile. Well, if it ain't Baldy. Coming in to save the day or something? I don't respond. Instead, I keep my head forward and keep on walking with Olivia. That seems to catch Mia a bit off guard, as I hear the gears in her mind visibly start to turn. Hey, I'm still talking to you, Hot Wheels! The sound of shuffling boots starts to gain on us. Just because you have Baldy here to protect you now isn't going to save your hide. Neither him or any of your dipshit friends. You can see Olivia's claws digging into her armrest at the nickname. But otherwise, she maintains an apathetic leer. The more we walk, the more obscenities Mia keeps blurting out to try and get a rise out of either of us. That's why you don't have any real friends, you skipless salamander. I don't know if Olivia has a plan, because I can fully understand why she's letting Mia walk all over her like this. But I remain steadfast in believing that she knows what she's doing. It's all I can really do. Who would even want to be with a cripple like you? I can hear Mia laughing at her own words. Olivia, please change your mind and waste this bitch. So you got something to say now, Hot Wheels? She shrugs. That's how you feel, Mia? What? Olivia doesn't say anything else. She only turns around and begins to wheel herself down the hallway. For a moment, I stand in place and watch as Mia tries to process what happened. Even her posse looks confused, unsure what to say. You really got her, Mia. Yeah, definitely showed that leathery bitch. Mia jerks her head as her cohorts, Mia jerks her head to her cohorts and glares at them, angered by their pity comments. Then stares me down with obsidian daggers in her eyes. Well, that's my cue to leave. With the grace of a headless chicken, I scramble down the hallway to catch up with Olivia. Rounding the corner, there's no Olivia to be found. Where'd she go? I suddenly hear Lunara's voice echoing down the hall, followed closely by Mia's. Mia, what are you doing? Get back here, you fucks! Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Not alone. Not with them! Dread fills me with fear as I hear pursuing predators' heavy footsteps approaching me. I'm grabbed from behind. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Yeah! Suddenly, I'm violently pulled aside, right into the school's elevator by the collar of my jacket. Oh, thank God, it wasn't Mia. She jams the key into the slot and smashes the buttons on the second level. Ugh. Dehydrated. Excuse me. As the doors close, we hear Mia roar out for us. Next time I see those two again, I'll make sure that oversized cue ball has to use that wheelchair of hers instead! Thankfully, the elevator doors close shut, and the car jerks upwards before making its ascent. Never knew I'd feel grateful about this to be in this death trap. As I catch the breath I had unknowingly held, my eyes align with a pair of silver serpentine eyes. I appreciate what you did for me back there. I'm surprised. Not sure what to say back, really. Instead, I just smile and nod. In return, she gives me half a smile before recomposing herself. You should, roll with me in the elevator now. How come? Well, we've just become enemies with her. If she sees you, you'll be a wad of gum under her boot. Oh, joy. Yeah. Your best bet is just to avoid her for now. This way you stay out of the hallways. I appreciate it. Don't mention it. Wait, the elevator will stop Mia from beating the snot out of me and the entire rest of the school? Yes. You hear the small electronic bing of the elevator as the door slides open. And we're going to save there. And, oh wow, 5 hours, good God. We're going to be calling it a day here. Thank you all very much for watching. I will be back tomorrow with more Friday with more Helldivers and maybe some more I Want to Hug That Gator. Because I don't know about you guys, but I really want to hug that gator. But until then, thank you all very much for watching. Always remember, you can't get good if you're busy being mad. Stay awesome, stay safe, and thank you very much for visiting the basement. Have a wonderful night.